Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome to the October 11th meeting of the Design Review Board, where everyone is here and accounted for, and we're going to begin. Michael?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. Just to let everybody know, in terms of attendance, we do presently have 6 of 7 members here. Mr. Diffendorfer is expected to arrive after 10 a.m. With that, I'll turn it over to Ferocia, who can let members of the public know how they may participate in today's proceedings.
Good morning, all. Today's meeting... Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Now, before I swear in those that are testifying, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you must register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. That includes architects, attorneys, or employees representing an applicant or an objector. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 circumstances. 1, if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. 2, if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. 3, if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition of any item. That said, expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. Those rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now I'd like to swear in those who are physically present. If you are physically present, please stand and raise your right hand. Virtual speakers will need to be sworn in one by one at a time at their presentation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. With that, can I get a motion on the approval of the after action, the minutes from September 5th?
I so move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Myra. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0. We do have one request for a continuance on the agenda. This is DRB 20-0593 for 1915 Normandy Drive. The applicant hasn't have finalized all the fees for this application, so we do ask this be continued to the next meeting, which is Monday, November 13th. If I can get a motion on that continuance.
I move to continue that application item.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second again by Myra. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0. With that, we can start with the regular agenda items. I'll turn over to Giselle to read the first item.
The first item on the agenda is DRB 23-0940, 1766 Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for exterior modifications to an existing 2-story commercial building. This was approved on September 5th, 2023, with the exception of the landscape plan.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
And members of the board, members of the board, before we start, I would like to ask you if you have received any expert communications regarding to this case.
I think your mic was on.
No.
My mic is on. It says it's on. It's on now.
Try it again.
Hello? Okay, I think it's working now. All right, so no expected communications in this case. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so just for the board members' recollection, this application was approved by the board for changes to the building at the meeting on September 5th. However, the landscape plan was incomplete and was continued to a date certain of today. The applicant has since submitted revised landscape plans, and staff is recommending approval as indicated in our recommendation in the staff report. I'll turn it over to the applicant for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Cecilia Torres Toledo, Ackerman LLP, offices at 98 Southeast 7th Street, here on behalf of our House Bay Road LLC, the applicant. With me today is Vincent Filigensi, who's our landscape architect, as well as James Julius, who is our principal. As Michael said, this application was before you last month, where you approved all of the design changes to the facade. One of the board members wanted additional information regarding the landscaping, so our landscape architect prepared a full set and is going to walk you through that set in detail. I just want to bring up the presentation and do a small recap, so to re-familiarize yourself with this application. I know you guys hear a lot of items each month. This is 1766 Bay Road. It sits at the heart of the commercial corridor in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. This property has been historically operated as a restaurant. It's been Uso's, Last Call, Burger and Beer Joint, and most recently Dija Indian Kitchen. Each tenant has done tweaks to the facade to accommodate their concept and their design, and we're not the exception. What we propose, we think, is the best iteration of this building. It includes a curved parapet and a color change, as well as the integration of substantial landscaping, which Mr. Vincent is going to be walking you through. I'm going to turn it over to him because he really is in charge of these presentation, and then I'll come back for a brief conclusion. Thank you.
Thanks. This one?
Yep.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Filigensi from VFD Landscape Architects, 927 Lincoln Road. Okay, so the first slide we have here, really, it's the site plan. It's showing the overall landscape layout. As you know, there's really no true in-ground green space on this project. And what we've done is tried to introduce as much landscape areas and opportunities where we could to provide more of a green setting here. We've used a series of succulents, natives, drought-tolerant plant species to do that. We've tried to accommodate as much of the circulation and provide an open space for circulation to flow through. In this slide, you really just see the overall plan. This next slide, you're going to see it's more of the planter that wraps around the building. It's just showing that we have a multi-level planting scheme that engages the building, and that's consisting of drought-tolerant, again, succulents, and lightweight plant mix. Here's the roof planting. This is a continuous linear planter on the roof, low profile, to be provided by drip irrigation. And again, this is going to be providing that cascading plant that you see in the renderings. Here's a section profile of the facade showing that we have a rebuilt planter reinforced that continues around the building on the mid-level and then the upper levels, showing our scheme for softening the building facade. And then here's our plant list and our plant page. Really, we have a non-conforming condition, and we have it's a zero lot line. There's no planting areas. We've provided as much landscape area and planting areas as possible. As you can see in the rendering on this north facade, we have a series of planters that we used, consisting of Myriacanthus fragrans, some Simpson stoppers. We have a Busidia spinosa, which is the spiny black olive, series of Yucca rostratas, some golden creepers, the railroad vine on the roof, Agave attenuatas, just a series of succulents and natives. Again, from the corner view, a series of box planters to soften the facade, creating that nice backdrop of green. And here on this elevation, just showing how you can see that linear planter that comes across with the awnings that are retractable. Okay, so really, that's the presentation for this part of it. And if there's any questions.
Hi, so 2 points that we want to make before we conclude. First is, as we've discussed, this building is built up to the property line, so a lot of the plantings that you're seeing, the chairs, the planters, the awnings, are within the public right-of-way, so ultimately, we are going to need approval from the Public Works Department for these improvements. Another thing is, one of the conditions in the order, 1DD, require us to explore the possibility of putting a tree in the right-of-way along the east facade. We've done the experiment, the calculations, and Vincent can speak more to this, but it seems like that's not possible because of the overhead power lines. It also impedes ingress and egress from the restaurant itself, and it doesn't allow for a 5-foot pedestrian clearance for circulation in the sidewalk. So we would request that that condition be deleted because it's just not possible at this property. Aside from that, staff is supportive of the application. The Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association has also supported our application, so we respectfully request your approval. And again, all of us are here to answer any questions that the board may have, and we respectfully request time for rebuttal should that be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat the one, the note that you said, the condition that you're requesting not
It's
apply?
1DD.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? No? Anybody online?
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open up for the board to discuss. Orlando, do you want to take this one? Okay. Anybody else?
Based upon the applicant's testimony regarding the not being feasible to install the canopy shade tree, as we suggested, we don't have we're not opposed to removing that condition that was referenced.
Okay, yes. How are you?
Hello.
I'm concerned about the spiny black olives and the Yucca filamentosa being right next to where the children and adults are going to drive by, and them having pricks.
Right, so the spiny black olive, which is a very, as you know, it's a dwarf scale. I mean, the spines are not so aggressive. I guess you could say the Yucca rostrata, it's a soft tip, more or less, but if it's a concern, we can reevaluate that and come back
Yeah, I would
with a
like to
different replacement.
evaluate those two because I'm concerned about the passersby.
Sure, we can replace that, yeah.
And what size are those planters? Because I looked for dimensions and I couldn't find any.
Right, I believe they're about 24 inches wide to support a 25-gallon plant.
Okay, and what size plants? Let me see, I haven't been able to open the.
Yeah, the
plant.
majority of the larger material is 25-gallon for the Simpson stopper, for example, and the spiny black olive, which we will replace. Those were all proposed at 25-gallon to get a head start, and the rest of the material is 15 and 7, just to try to keep up with that
So
with the smaller.
25-gallon will be 20 inches.
24 inches.
Planted in a 24-inch planter, aren't you concerned about?
We would not, well, it's a wide planter, so the idea was to
Well,
take the pot off,
that's
knock
not
the.
24 inches.
Right, but no, sorry, it's 24 inches this way, and we have about 4 feet this way. So the roots were meant to expand laterally, so we were gonna take the pot off, knock the dirt pretty sideways, it'll grow laterally, the
Okay.
roots. It's not confined with a 2x2 box, it's
There is
long
a
planter.
section on the, right where the canopy canvas are, where the plants, there's no canopy, and there are plants, and then the plants continue under the canopies.
correct, it's the retractable awning, so mostly it'll be open, and then if there's a rain event, they may open the
My
canopy.
concern is shade.
Right, like I said, it's gonna be mostly open, only for rain events will that canopy be open.
Okay. And weight, and how deep is the planting soil in the second floor?
Right, so we have about, I think it's
Because
it's roughly,
it doesn't, you don't give a dimension on the section.
yeah, I think the
It
architectural
looks like
plans.
12, 14 inches.
Well, no, it's more than that, it's about 18, 20 inches possibly.
No way. Not in the section, look at it.
Yeah, the architectural plans has dimensions.
No, it doesn't.
Well, no, the architects,
The architecture.
yeah. Yeah, so we have about, I would say it's about 12 to maybe 15, 16 inches.
12,
max.
14 inches.
Yeah, yeah, and that material up there is not 25 gallon. That's the smaller material. We planted the 3 gallon, a lot of 1 gallons, quartz containers. Maybe the largest size in there is maybe a 3 to 7 gallon max. That would be like an agave at a 7 gallon.
You don't have 15 gallons? up
No,
there?
not up there. Not up there. Only on the planters on the ground. Up there, it's very, very minimal. It's liners, 1 gallons.
So
There's grasses.
You agree that you will not have anything over 7 gallons?
No, we can't fit it.
Okay.
And the Simpson stoppers would be in the bottom planters?
Right. We have one Simpson stopper. It's a bush, low branching form, and it's on the ground. It's on the northwest corner.
Yeah, and I don't think a 24-inch planter is good enough for that plant, for that.
Well, then I'm going to recommend that we go with a bigger size planter because I don't want to sacrifice the material.
Okay.
But a bigger size planter would have more intrusion into the public right away?
Right, yeah.
Well, yeah, from a 24, I would suggest maybe a 30, or 6 inches more.
And it still
6 inches.
leaves a 5-foot clearance for?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a
sidewalk?
very wide corner on that, in the instance where we're using these. It's more than 5 or 6 feet for sure.
I think the amount of plant that you're placing in those planters are going to go root bound.
Are going to get root bound.
And you're going to have to change them every so many years.
Well,
every 2 or 3.
we did think about that, and if we could look at the planting, you could see that there's only one maybe larger specimen in there for each planter. Like for the box planters, maybe there's a 15 or there's only one, maybe 15 gallon. The rest are 1 gallons. So I did not want to compete with
The
other.
1 gallons also have roots.
Correct, but we have a low profile root and we have the master root, so we try to do a mixed, not to overload it, but yes, we did think about that.
Okay, and my concern on the last time, which you weren't here.
No.
Was the one all the way at the top, which is 8 inches wide.
Right, and I'm going to also recommend that we make that a little bit bigger because we need to
But
have
you're
at least.
recommending it, you were supposed to bring it wider.
Well, it's the architectural, for the planting plans, for the planter, yes, we can make it wider. I feel like I can mark it up right now, but,
The comment on the last time was that it was too narrow.
okay,
So what do you do about it?
okay, well,
Because I see it the same.
right, well, what I would say is that it's a 1 gallon planter at an 8 inch, it's a 6 inch pot.
10 inch.
We have it's perfect, 10 inches. We have 1 gallon's a 6 inch pot, that leaves more, and remember, it's long, it's lateral. We don't have to place these 12 inches on center. We can place these at a 36 or 24 inch center to give it room not to overload the planting.
I don't agree with an
You would like a
18.
larger planter? I could say that we can
Definitely.
absolutely
You-
positively do that.
Yes, yes. And talking about irrigation, how are you going to get the irrigation up there?
Right, so we're gonna find that we have a water source on the roof, we're gonna have a digital timer, and then we have a PVC that's running to a drip.
How about the backflow?
It's gonna be connected to the system down below.
What type of backflow?
What type is probably RPCV, reverse backflow.
RPC?
Yes.
Okay. Just make sure it's
Yeah,
an RPC.
you got it. No, it's on there.
Okay, as long as all this is brought up into staff,
Yeah, so I think I heard in terms of the conditions, we can add, replacement of the plants with thorns such as the spiny black olive and the agave. on the
Yucca
ground
rostrata.
floor.
The
Sorry?
Yucca rostrata and the spiny black olive.
Okay.
any plants that have
Those are the two.
tiny thorns at the tips should
Understood,
be
yeah.
removed.
And then you want to have
Replaced.
the planter at the rooftop doubled in width?
I'm sorry?
The planter at the rooftop, you want to double that in width?
So 10 inches to what, 12 inch wide or?
At least 12 inches
Yeah.
wider.
Okay, so 12 inches minimum.
Yeah,
for
the
upper
weight,
floor.
we didn't want to go
The-
too heavy because of the weight of the roof. It's an
Now,
existing
the
building.
city, on the ones on the sidewalk, the city doesn't have an objection to it?
As long as they maintain the clear path for 5 feet So we can add a
Okay.
condition that they
Okay.
widen the planters, provided that they maintain that 5-foot clear path.
Okay.
I have a question. We all know that, I mean, this sounds lovely. It's a great plan. But, you know, it is hard to maintain green. And this is such a prominent feature in the design, does the city have any sort of checks and balances or something in place?
Yeah, I mean, they're getting approval for this, you know, landscape concept. So if the landscaping is not maintained, they would get a violation for not complying with the order of the DRB. We can add a condition making sure that the landscaping will be maintained as approved on the building permit.
Mhm.
Then in the future, if they want to remove the landscaping, then they can come back to the board and, you know, modify the plans to accommodate removal of the planters and the soil and everything. But so we'll add that condition regarding the maintenance and the conditions that I referenced that addressed Mr. Comas's concerns.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody like to make a motion?
I make a motion.
to approve subject to the comments.
Seconded by
Second.
Sam?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0929, 7590 Bayside Lane. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story home with an understory, and including one or more waivers on a vacant lot.
And have the board members received any ex parte communications in regards to this case? No, all right, please proceed.
And I just want to add that, just a correction here, they're actually, the plans do not include any waivers or variances. We typically always advertise a waiver in case we find something in our, you know, formal review, but this does not have a waiver, and we're recommending approval of the application. With that, I'll turn it over to the architect for the presentation.
Good morning, my name is Hernan Santarcangelo. I am with Atelier International, and I am presenting this proposal for a new single-family home in a vacant lot in 7590 Bayside Lane. I'm gonna walk you through the plans that we submitted for the final submittal, and as you can see on the survey, this is a vacant lot. We're not demolishing any properties, and the lot is about 8,000 square feet. It's a little bit short of 8,000 square feet. It's 53 by 150, and it's on the Biscayne Canal. So it has nice views to the water. It's located on a particular street that has no houses on the other side. On the other side, there is a canal, so it only has like a handful of houses facing the water, only like 6 or 7 houses, and it's a dead-end street. Let me go through these. So as you can see there, the property adjacent to the south of our property is a vacant lot as well. And then the other houses, as you can see on the pictures, the one in the bottom is our property. The one on the bottom left is the neighbor on the south side. And the rest of the houses, as you can see, they don't have any architectural significance, in my opinion. So we are proposing for this lot a 2-story single-family homes with an understory and a rooftop access, so we can take advantage of the water views. This is the understory floor plan, where we have the entrance from the street with 2-car garage below the understory, and then we have the staircase with an elevator in the center to go to the main house. I mean, to go to the second floor in the house. The area that is on the understory is storage. It's dedicated for storage, and we also have a barbecue area with a lounge area next to a swimming pool, next to the canal. I think that the reason for which we are proposing an understory on this particular lot is that after buying the property, we found out that the neighbor across the canal was building a huge dock and basically blocking, the views to the water from our ground floor. So we thought that elevating the house by having an understory and having the ground floor and the second floor more elevated than what it was needed, it would give us like some advantages over the dock that they are building across the canal and blocking all the views, so we can have some views back for the water. This is the ground floor. In the ground floor, we have the living room, kitchen, and living area. We also have we have two swimming pools. One swimming pool is on the ground floor, and then we have an elevated swimming pool. So for the same reason, so we can, the people living there can enjoy the views from the second floor and have a swimming pool there as well. The house is a 5-bedroom, 5.5 bathrooms, and the unit size is almost 4,000 square feet. We also have, on the rooftop, we have an area with a small pergola, so they can enjoy the views, and it can be also accessed via the elevator from the house or from the balconies, all the way from the understory. It can be accessed through a spiral staircase, as you can see on the front of the house. These are the elevations. The materials that we are proposing are the typical materials you see in Miami Beach, which is like a smooth stucco painted in white with some wood siding, vertical siding on some areas to create some accents, and then aluminum hurricane-proof windows on bronze color. These are more elevations of the house, sections, and this is the rendering. This is the front facade, where you can see the two-car garage underneath and the access to the house, and then the 2 stories. And this is from the canal. This is the view from the canal, where you can see the main swimming pool on the ground floor, but then we have the other pool that is elevated, and it's actually on the ground, it's confusing, like to say like ground floor is on the ground, and then I don't know what you call the first floor of the house. And the idea is to have that glass at the end of the pool, so to create like a nice effect on the swimming pool. These are more renderings for the house. This is the barbecue area and the lounge area on the understory next to the swimming pool. And these are the materials that I mentioned before: the white stucco, glass balustrades, concrete driveways, and the wood siding, vertical wood siding on some areas of the facade. These are the axonometric plans for the house. And that will conclude the presentation for this property.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak?
And there is nobody with their hand raised online?
Okay, great. I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to begin?
Yeah, I can start. Over here. Yeah, I really like the way you've worked with the massing for this home.
Thank you.
You've taken a fairly small, it's a small lot, relatively speaking, I guess, here on the beach. And I just think the way you've thought about the understory. It's interesting that you said you wanted to do it to improve the views, not for the sea level rise. It's kind of an interesting, but it's a nice side effect to have, I guess.
Thank you.
I think you've really understood the way the house works with your specific site and your view and the water. So everything you've done, I kind of really understand, and it's not, sometimes we see a lot of these and it's all very confusing because the pool is way up, and I really like how you sort of maintain the ground level or the base, the earth, but then you've also created like sort of this lap pool up at the other level, which I totally understand. I think even though you haven't rendered the north elevation, I think even the way the south elevation or your side elevation is, I just think it's really quite nice the way you've created these openings and breaks in the stucco and then breaks in the wood. I think overall the materiality and the massing is really effective. You kind of packed a lot of home in a small spot, but I think the layout, the program, even down on the ground level, the way you kind of enter, you have a really beautiful rendering showing that experience, and the little kind of the waiting bench area, and then you come into the entry cube at the base that then leads to the backyard. I think it's all very well thought out, so I commend you on kind of the thoughtfulness of the design. And even though it is you know, once again, it's kind of like two rectangles, but the way you've kind of carved into it and thought about it volumetrically, it's really clear in your sections. I think all your elevations are quite unique, so I think you've done a really nice job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. I agree. I think I wrote down that the design strikes me as very elegant, and I know that this is a funny detail, but the understory is really lovely. Like, I
Yeah.
know it's a minor part, but that also struck me too, just in how you laid it out. I did have a few comments in general, and I really like the deep eaves that, you're creating these shaded areas, which I think this house strikes me as a very comfortable place to live. I would request that instead of using ipe wood, to use something a little bit more environmentally friendly. It's
Yeah.
often something that we've,
I think that was, honestly, to be honest with you, I think that's a mistake that it came from previous houses that we've done in Miami Beach. And the idea is to use a different material that, you see nowadays in every house that is more like more environmental friendly. And that
Okay.
was just a material, but it's going to be done, when we submit the plans through the building department, it's going to be a different material.
Do you think it's going to be a more environmentally friendly
Yes.
wood
Yes, for sure.
product?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other concern I have is this roof deck.
Yeah.
In that it really is, with the roof deck, I mean, I noted that it's the whole entire structure. With the roof deck and the understory, you're now at 50 feet to the top of the pergola, which, especially considering there's all of these, single-story homes in the area, it seems very out of scale. I don't know what the other board members are going to comment on, but that's really the only issue that I have with the design, that it's just,
Okay.
it's excessively tall.
We only have I accept the comment. We only have on the rooftop the elevator coming up, which is a really small box. And I think because of the perspective, you cannot see it from the street, either from the water, unless you are in a boat very far away looking at the house. And we believe that the pergola is something very not intrusive. It's only like 4 sticks with some horizontal aluminum members. So I don't think it's going to be impacting as another story when you see the house from the far. It's going to kind of like disappear on the whole skyline, let's say.
Can you, let me add, so, can you bring up page 17? Oh, I'm looking at the architecture plans. It shows,
17, 1 second.
yeah. So
So you see that only small box on the center of the house? That's the elevator coming up. And then you can
and you're
only
not
see-
gonna see that from the street?
No, because of the perspective, I don't think you can see it. Even if I show you the rendering from the front facade, you see? You can't see it from there.
Does that? Okay.
I think it's because of the angle and the proximity of the house to the street, and the street is very narrow there, and there is no neighbors on the other side. The other side is a canal with mangroves, so you can't see that box on the roof.
And then the pergola is just taking up a small
The
area.
pergola, yes, and it's
in the
just
back.
4x4 columns
In
in
the back.
aluminum with some horizontal.
The elevator brings you up to the roof?
Yes,
Yeah.
and then you have a spiral staircase on the other side, which doesn't intrude on the roof. I mean, you just arrive to the roof and that's it. Let me see.
If I can also just clarify the height, so we have 10 feet, I know that the 50 foot is the NGVD number, so it's not the actual height.
Exactly.
In terms of the overall plans,
It'll
you
be
have
40 something.
You have
40
10 feet for the ground floor, 24 feet for the floors 1 and 2, and then 10 feet for those elements such as the small elevator and the pergola at the top.
That is
So the
correct.
majority of the massing is at the 24-foot
Yeah.
height with the open space below and more open above.
It's not gonna appear as.
Right, and one of the things we repeatedly tell people, so the new resiliency code does allow higher height for someone to come, and they could ask for up to 31 feet from max freeboard to the top of the roof. But we told people, we're reviewing this based upon, the size of the lot, the location, the zoning district, and so having a reasonable understory, 24 feet, so not getting any more height than if they were to do a home, on fill, which is 24 feet. Just a matter of providing a reasonable area for the ground floor, and then the allowable encroachments which are allowed for any type of house, whether it's an understory or a traditional house.
Okay, and then the only other comment was on the north elevation, and there seems to be, and I guess this is page 18, there is a large sort of expansive solid wall, which again is usually something that we, if you could add another ribbon window or just something to break up.
Can we put it on the screen? Let's see.
I think it was page 18. Oh,
That one.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the only thing.
Yes, we have on that blank part of the wall, we have the kitchen and the, let's say, family room. So yeah, it could easily be added another window there.
I think it would also enhance the room.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else?
To be honest, we try to focus all the views to the south side, especially for the sun. And because the house is on the other side, they're not nice to look at. But yeah, I agree, we can add another window there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can add a couple comments.
Yep.
I also appreciate the thoughtfulness in the design, and I agree with the comment about that north elevation. I also wanted to go back to the wood comment. I agree in terms of thinking about a more environmentally friendly and making sure that it is still a wood product and not just like a plastic product to look
Correct.
like wood. And thermally modified wood is a material that you can source here in the US, and so it's, forest management sustainably, and then it's thermally modified to help address, the bug and all the issues and stuff that we have here in Miami. So I'd recommend looking into that.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on your comment. And then I know that we'll probably have a larger discussion about the landscape, but I do want to say that I think it is very thoughtful, and I think it serves as a good example about thinking about creating different moments throughout the site and how the site plan and the landscape plan can have an active dialogue with the design of the house. And so as some of the other board members already commented on where you've, recessed the massing or created these voids, also addressing that with the landscape and intentionally creating these sort of green moments or green spaces. So I am excited to see how that turns out. My other comment is a question. I know this isn't necessarily our purview, but can you remind me, like the pool at grade, this just goes back to the sort of the whole reason why we would lift the house, and I know you said it was for views and not for resilient means, but the raised pool would also be for resiliencies. But then when you have one at grade, to me, it sort of counteracts the agenda. But where, do you know, what is the current requirement?
Well, I think the idea with having the pool at grade is it allows water views from the understory, where typically we do see a lot of people blocking those views by having the entire pool elevated. And you could go as high as base flood elevation plus maximum freeboard, but that
Yeah,
blocks.
I'm
your-
just wondering, what is the current code? Like, is there a minimum elevation that we have to have a pool at?
There's a minimum elevation for the understory, and the minimum elevation is generally, at this point, around 6-foot NGVD. They're slightly above that. Then, of course, the code does allow lower elevations of yards for swales and water retention and things like that. We do believe that these understory homes, this is their present design. They will be adapted in the future. So in the future, either there's going to be, the understory will be gone, or it's going to be evolving over time to allow flooding to occur in these understory areas. So it just allows them to be more adaptable for the future. But you're right, this may not be the permanent situation, having a pool here, 50 years from now.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I commend you for the architecture. It's a very nice design. The landscape architect also did a good job creating a dialogue between the architecture and landscape architecture. I noticed in the renderings, the pool deck was shown as wood, but in the landscape it's shown as sod. Which one is it? Just a comment.
I think, let me see, 1 second. Because we, at the same time, when we designed the house, we submitted it through the building department without knowing that we had to come through the DRB because of the understory. This is my first time doing an understory. So we found out during the building department when it went to zoning that we had to go to the understory. So we already got some comments back from zoning and from landscape and environmental resources. And I think one of the comments was that we had to reduce the size of the pool a little bit because it was encroaching on the setbacks. And I think the deck that is west of the swimming pool now is all grass. And then, so basically, and then the little deck that is basically is the coping of the swimming pool is just concrete. I mean, it's
Well,
tile.
it's the area between the pool and the water. and
It's
the
grass,
seawall.
grass.
That's gonna be grass?
Yeah, it's gonna be
Okay.
grass, yeah. I think at
And-
one point it was a deck.
And I like the way he massed speeches together, which is very nice.
Yeah.
The only thing that concerns me is the amount of Mexican pebbles, which those two, at both areas of the house, it's not a comfortable material to walk on. And you're going to be doing walking, landscape maintenance, pool maintenance. Maybe he should reconsider the material there.
Okay, I can pass on that information.
Maybe to a smaller pebble
Okay.
or something.
In my experience of all the houses that we've done in Miami Beach, there are a few, and those narrow setbacks between the house and the fence, they become almost like unwalkable. It becomes like a jungle.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. But the Mexican pebble in the picture, it's large.
Okay.
So it's very uncomfortable to walk on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will.
Overall, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move to approve DRB application 23-0929 with the conditions that the applicant will explore a more environmentally friendly wood product, that the applicant will add some fenestration to the north elevation, that you will reduce the size of the Mexican pebbles where appropriate. And I would just maybe add one to, if possible, minimize the height of the elevator shaft as much as you can.
Okay.
Obviously, only as
Yeah.
high as it really needs to be and no higher.
Yep.
One more comment. Hedera helix doesn't grow in Miami.
Which one?
HD, the one labeled HD.
HD. Okay.
Yeah, so
I
he
will-
can just switch for something
Okay.
else.
Thanks.
And also is the condition to have the section between the pool and the seawall grass.
That's already modified on the
Okay,
plans.
because it's true, in all the plans we've received, it's
Yeah.
all
Right. yeah.
decking, so yeah.
Do we have a
So
second?
Accept
I
it.
second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 23-0948, 801 West 41st Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for exterior modifications to the ground floor of the existing building.
Any disclosures?
Have the board members received any ex parte communications about this case?
No.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
So just, this is a minor application. The applicant is proposing modification to the ground floor, including the removal of an existing ramp and narrow stairway that provides access from the sidewalk to the first level elevated terrace. With the removal of the ramp, ADA access is proposed with a lift located on the west side of the terrace, opposite the new stairway. We just noted in the report that the building department will have to review the final location of that accessible ramp, and it may have to be relocated closer to the main entrance. But this will allow a more prominent entryway from the street up to the building and the lobby, although the lobby is entered, from within the building. We are supportive of the application and are recommending approval, as noted in our staff report. I'll turn it over to Mr. Marrero for the presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mickey Marrero from law firm Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapinas, representing 15 Group, which is now the owner of 801 Arthur Godfrey. With me today is Oscar Venegas, our architect, and James Duke from 15 Group. This building, I think you all know this building. Many know it as the Terra Nova building. It was constructed in 1969. It's been there prominently on Arthur Godfrey Road for many years. Our client purchased the building last year and was trying to just improve some of the experience for its tenants and for guests of the building. And one of the things that struck them was the entry experience off 41st Street. You kind of have a big wall there and a ramp. It's uninviting. Folks would often have to access the building through the back alley. So Oscar and his team at OTJ were tasked to try and find a way to improve that experience, and I think that goes a long way in sort of the policy that we've been hearing from the city to try and make 41st Street a little bit more inviting and improve the pedestrian experience. So this project is not proposed to add any height or density or any intensity of the structure, just really modify that ground level experience, remove the ramp, bring some inviting stairs, and really just make that a better experience for all those that use the building. With that, I'd like to pass it to Oscar to go through his presentation, and then we'll happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good morning. So yes, the idea of reworking the ground was to make it more pedestrian friendly. As you can see from these pictures, I mean, the building itself right now, it has a very clouded entrance. It's not pedestrian friendly, or at least it's not approachable. With that said, we were approached to upscale the building a little bit, have it a more up-to-date feeling and design. So as mentioned before, there's a ramp and a stair, which are very narrow, and they're covered by the palms, and they're very hard to notice as you pass by in front of the building. So what we did here is we tried to take advantage of the corner condition and the curve to embrace and exploit that to make it the main entrance. Now, what we did here is we sort of like used the columns to create a threshold, and we are exploring to create some sort of implement architectural elements like canopies to sort of create a terrace look experience and provide an amenity space for the building. Now, materiality-wise, we tried to keep it very simple. We were exploring with the idea of slatted or ribbed materials with its finishes like textured concrete or polished concrete to sort of modernize the building, respecting the existing architectural components and the other landscape elements like the planters we have on the site. So with that said, these are the materials that we're thinking of, and of course try to embrace the modern look to it. And of course we're trying to wrap the building at the ground level with the same materials or similar material of the fence, so it kind of creates a transition from the public to the less public to a very private space. Again, here we are looking at an alternate option where we remove the canopies on the top and we continue the material on the bottom on the soffit to sort of mitigate if construction costs or if there's any recommendations by the board if you think the canopies are not an option. Now here at the plan, what we're looking here is we're trying to create a terrace, a welcoming terrace with some sitting areas. The decking option can be definitely considered into a different material, but again, this was the initial take on how we approach the semi-private or semi-public space on the terrace, how it does embrace the interior space of the lobby with the pedestrian in the front of it. This is just more to show you the scale on what's happening and how the design components, I mean, do alter the building, but it does not affect the surroundings scale-wise and massing-wise. Here, the option of the fencing that we're proposing, which are the slatted with some vegetation in between. And an alternate option to simplify the design is to use the continuation of the sort of like wall slatted materiality to help break down the connection again between the public to the lobby sort of terrace. That's pretty much.
So as Oscar pointed out, there are really a couple different alternatives that we looked at. If the board would like to discuss if there's a preference, or if you're comfortable with both, we could proceed either way. And as to Michael's condition regarding the ADA, we understand that we're removing a ramp and replacing it with a lift. So we'll obviously agree to work with building department staff to make sure that that lift complies with ADA and building code standards. So with that concludes our presentation, and be happy to answer any questions you'll have.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? No. Michael, is there anyone online?
There's nobody online?
Okay, thank you. I'm closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for comment. Who would like to start?
Okay, I'll start. Just a couple of things. It's kind of funny that like the building sort of is a kind of a very standard looking kind of brutalist building, and you're adding these kind of wooden elements to the bottom. I suppose the intent is that we're trying to create a more welcoming, warm entry, which certainly the way it is now is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I think the previous owner tried to use paint to kind of create some different elements and some interest down at the base. I'm not sure the wood is the right idea, but just a couple of comments. I don't mind the scheme with the canopies coming out. I think it's kind of a nice way to bring the building out over the new space you've created. I know you talk about the wood decking being you say, or similar to this Resista. I'm not going to get into it, but I would not use that product here in South Florida. I know it's been used, but I personally have used it, and I will not recommend you use it.
Okay, noted.
That's suffice to say. And then my other big concern, you talked a lot about pedestrian access and being more welcoming, and you created this really nice stair, and then, you know, I grew up most of my life with a parent that was in a wheelchair due to having MS, and putting the ADA lift like on the opposite side of your building, completely away from the stairs, really goes against all kind of like pedestrian-friendly kind of pedagogy and theories about kind of creating equality of access. Now, I'm sure maybe there is another way to get up to this patio around the corner or something. I don't know, but picture like you're with your family, or there's like, you know, your grandmother with a cane, or I don't know, like, and then you get to the stair, then they have to go all the way over to the other side of the building. I don't even really see it in your rendering, so I think it was a little bit of an afterthought, but I would really like to see, and we all know those lifts are really, typically they're kind of horrible, and you have to get access, and you have to go call the person, and then where's the key, and oh my goodness, it's covered, and we're using it as storage. So I would, at minimum, I think you need to move it close to where the stairs are. I just think it doesn't make any sense to have it like this thing off to the side. And that's the one thing I like about kind of ramp stair combinations like it had before, is that the idea is that both of you can kind of get on your upward access together, and then usually a ramp, as you'll see, we have a lot of buildings that we're doing now on 41st Street where we're elevated, where we have a ramp condition, and the idea is that you get on the stair and the ramp at the same place, and then when you get at the top, they both end up at the same place, and you're like reunited, and you're together. So here, I think for me, it just doesn't work the way this is laid out. So for me, I would need to see that kind of changed.
Okay.
Thank you. Shauna?
Yeah, I'll just build on that as well. And again, the ADA or accessibility, the agenda or the ideology behind that is really, you know, to sort of celebrate all sorts of access, right? And I think that especially since this project, you're not designing a new project, but you're really just rethinking that entry sequence and that experience. I think to address it as one entry sequence and try to make them as cohesive as possible, not being 100% familiar, you know, with where your setbacks are or where it where it exactly could be the lift, but if it could be to the right of the new grand stairs. I mean, I think that the idea, like welcoming to the building, is a great one, and I applaud you for wanting to rethink this street corner and say, how do we bring people in and how do we address the public realm? But I agree completely with Jason's comments that it should be thought about as one sort of experience. And I think that there's many ways to do that. You know, you've already started to think about screening elements, and that's why I think you chose the wood material. And I think you could think about the entry sequence as a series of layers, right? And so maybe we don't want, you know, the lift, you know, front and present, and that's not what you want to be sort of public realm forward, but I think you could, you know, have a screen or a fence or bring that wood language more into your proposed landscape alterations and make it sort of an entry sequence, not necessarily a gate, but something that sort of shields or more thoughtfully creates, you know, something that you discover along the way, and then this big entrance. My only other comment too is I think it's great that you've thought about really just, you know, sort of carving out and opening up with this big grand stair, but to me, the way that you're proposing to rebuild the planters, where you're removing the ramp and the stairs, still feels like you're really shutting off the building from the public realm. And so I agree landscape is great, and I think, again, thinking about it as a series of layers, as a transition from the public to the private into your building, but I'm wondering if there's a way, whether it's lowering the height or even, I think you're gonna have to remove the existing palm trees, right, as part of this, or you're
No,
trying
we
to
cannot
maintain?
remove those since those are city palm trees. I mean, we could propose getting to the discussion, but those are not being considered to be removed.
Because I think that they are kind of one of the biggest elements that are hindering, and so, I mean, again, I'm not really understanding what jurisdiction we may have, but I would definitely propose removing those and thinking about scaling down the landscape, you know, to be more in accordance with your entry sequence and opening up and addressing the public. My last comment is I agree that maybe it's just the renderings aren't doing you justice, but I don't think that there's a need to, and I don't know if this was the intention, but to sort of replicate the existing sort of two-toned or sort of interest at the facade with the wood. I think that the wood could be, or the screening could be a nice element. I would bring forward the comment from the last project, maybe looking at the thermally modified wood,
Okay.
which allows its longevity in our environment. It's a natural building material, it's healthy, and it can work good in the landscape, so. Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment. Can you show the rendering where you anticipate putting the lift for ADA?
Well, I'm gonna show on the plan, so it's which is easier. It's gonna be on the west side, on the all the way in the corner.
You can show with a mouse here.
Oh, thank you. So it's gonna be.
Okay. And that's where your parking lot is currently, correct?
So currently, yes. So as of right now, yes, you still until today's you still have to. Let me show you. Let me go back to the plan of the demo plan. So right now, the path for the pedestrian as they walked into the stairs or the ramp is the same path as it will be for the ADA lift. They have to go all the way to the back, go around the building, and they will go sort of like through the covered parking. So it will be the same path.
So most of the people coming to that building, do they park in the back? I know it's very limited parking in the back of the building, but do they park in the back?
Yes.
Because there's no street parking.
Right, there's a lot that they own on the, just north, on the east side, and there's a city lot adjacent to that, just west of the lot that they own. So the majority of the folks, as we understand, use one of those two lots.
Okay.
So they're coming from there.
Having, and I also have a concern with ADA access, but the majority of those coming to the building would be coming by car. They're not going to be walking from 41st Street onto the building. So they will be parking in the back of the building,
Correct.
where there is ADA parking, I assume. And so having the ADA accessibility in that parking lot to the building is probably better for a person with a mobility issue than having it towards the front corner where the staircase is, in my opinion.
So the ones that are shown right there, they are at the height of the lobby. So
So
Yeah,
you don't need it there
wouldn't need
because
it.
you already, the parking lot, and I don't remember, but the parking ramp
elevated.
goes up?
yes,
Okay.
and
Yeah, the lift is only for pedestrians. That's what it's made for.
Correct.
And the
So-
stairs. I
correct. So where
guess.
the mouse is where is this covered surface, which is elevated and is at the same height of the lobby.
Okay. But the majority of your customers coming into the building are not coming in from 41st Street. These are people that are either working there or going there for business, and they're parking.
Well,
But-
then why,
but
why,
there is
why
some-
have them do this big stair then? I mean, what's, the whole
Yeah.
point is to increase the pedestrian activity to the
Yes.
space. That's
Wha-
the whole project.
Well, I think too, like Mickey had said, that they don't have enough parking here. So the parking on site is so limited, so most people arriving to the building are gonna have to park someplace else and walk out to the street. So I think that's why they need to have the entrance
Correct.
and the lift at the corner, because it's a limited amount of parking. It's probably always full in the back. You probably
Yes, it
cannot even,
is.
park on the site. So
Correct.
most people parking at the lots will be walking, on the streets, not going through the alley here probably, and walking out to the corner and going in the building.
I hate those lifts. I've had to use them, unfortunately. But I do feel that where it is best for both a person with a accessibility issue and one with not an accessibility issue that are visiting the building together or going to do business in the building together, be able to go in together and arrive together is a benefit, as what was discussed. But at the same time, when I have an accessibility issue, I want to be able to get to the location that's going to take me to the top floor. The quicker, the better. The
Understood.
easier, the better for me. And I really don't know if that's going to be from a pedestrian area on 41st Street corner or from the back. Because I know there's no parking on 41st Street for them. The parking is either in the back or across the street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will also say too, let me ask you a question also just to clarify. In the rendering, I'm looking at page 8. So basically what you're proposing is where the ramp currently is, you want to make that the patio or extend the
Correct.
patio.
Yes.
That's the plan. So I will say this, one of the things I do like about this project, I really appreciate that you are not destroying this building and building a new one. I appreciate that you're trying to, this is a nice, solid building, and, you're trying to sort of work with what you have, which I think is, and also making it more pedestrian friendly. I know there's been a lot of activity, 41st Street. I think that is, a good goal. I will say too, I'm very, very familiar. I'm probably at this corner at least 2 or 3 times a day, and what I feel like with this proposal is the most interesting feature of this building I often think about is the fact that you have this one column sort of protruding out. The section that the previous owner painted in orange, and then how the solid wall goes under it, that is such an that's in my opinion, the most interesting feature of the building, and what you're proposing is doing away with that. So I was a little bit disappointed to see that. Again, I understand why, but, and I also agree with Jason's comment that the wood, I would love there to be a bit more of a relationship between the screening or some sort of dialogue between the screening and what you're proposing, just so it doesn't feel like it flew there and stuck, which it sort of has that feeling right now. I was just going to encourage you to explore, right now the building reworking in this way, it almost looks like it's about to topple over. I don't know if I'm being articulate, but I was very sad to see that simple, but what I think very interesting design element being taken away through your design. So I would also, I'd also love to see a landscape plan accurately portrayed on the rendering, because it's very hard. I mean, that was going to be one of my comments initially, that, at least the landscape that you have in the rendering. It's funny, like, that's actually what the landscaping does look like now. It's all it looks like cartoon green boxes. So if anything, that was my question, to just sort of choosing the spiky plants, the Sansevieria. Like, if there was something that was a bit more, I just feel like the relationship between these layers of walls and the very, severe shaped landscaping, maybe it's not doing, I think, what you're trying to do. Okay. So, and there's other opportunities to explore something, maybe take a cue from the detail of the rest of the building and the regularity of it and the rhythm of it. I don't know. It doesn't seem like we're very supportive of this design, unfortunately.
I have a quick question, guys. I'm looking at the survey and noticing you have a large planter on the east side of your proposed stairway. Is it possible to put the lift on that side or a ramp on that side? It looks like a pretty large planter that's on the east side of the
So
stairway.
we have thoughts of relocating the ADA ramp to that area, because we are expanding that planter. But due to construction budget, we're reconsidering keeping the planter as is, and maybe reworking to relocate the ADA lift in that area. So it would address the issue of keeping the ADA lift or ADA accessibility near the stairs. And we will have to rework the landscape to sort of meet at the level that for the elevated floor. But yeah, that's definitely something that has been considered, and we could rethink that. Whether I'm not sure if the ramp will fit, but we could definitely look into it, since the ramp will take a lot of the vegetation, and most likely it will be on the short side for the landscape or open area required for this building. But again, we will look into it and explore the idea.
Michael, were you considering, or in your statement, more of a ramp than a lift?
Yeah, I think,
on the east
I
side?
think the best solution is always going to be a ramp. If there's
Yeah.
room to put one there, and you can get from the sidewalk up, it looks like, of course it's going to be some sort of switchback, but at least it's on the same side at the corner with the stairs, and that may be a viable option. And I think regarding the palms, I think the Bismarckia palms, I think you could discuss with the city removing those and replacing them with some maybe smaller canopy trees. The planters look pretty large there, and that would provide some visibility versus blocking. They are pretty blocking in terms of the fronds, blocking any visibility of the building. I'm sure the city would be open to that.
I also think too, as I'm looking at this, aside from my corner comment, I almost feel like with these aluminum screening, that it would just maybe be a better transition if it was just done with landscaping or something a little bit more. It just doesn't seem very well integrated with the design itself. It's just walls. I can't help but think, take the cues from the original building and enhance that. Like, I think that's why painting that section orange was such a smart thing, because, again, at this corner all the time, never really noticed that detail. And then it was something inherent to the building that was just amped up a little bit, and all of a sudden it completely transformed it, which I think is what you're trying to do with this proposal, that you're trying to make a small change that will make a really big impact in how this building interacts with the street, with pedestrians, with the users. And it just seems that that needs to be refined a little bit.
Noted.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I feel like you want to open it, I mean, I think you want to open it up to the street. Like, I think that's, I gathered that was sort of your original statement a little bit, like make it more welcoming to
Correct.
the street and pedestrians. But you kind of then put up like these sort of screen walls again and these terraces that sort of like kind of go a little bit, yes, is it more opened up now? Yes, you have removed some of the really bushy palms that are on your property, so I think that's great. You've kind of created more of a sight line. But, and I know you're dealing with a pretty substantial elevation change, right? So it's about how do you mitigate between that upper level patio and the street, create more space for your tenants, which is what you're doing. You're creating this beautiful outdoor patio that I think you kind of want to relate to the street also, right? Like in a way, like you want it to feel open so people want to be there, not like so that there's just sitting underneath the building as much. And I do think a little bit with the walls, even though they're fins or posts or whatever, I just, maybe it's just not, it's still closing it in maybe. I don't know. And I don't know if maybe it's the quality of the renderings too that make it maybe a little hard to really feel the experience of what's happening here. Because I think this is a great building, as Sarah said. Like it's iconic here in its location, and the previous owner, Terra Nova, they did what they could do to it with the paint. But I can kind of see this like corner really being opened up and accessible to the street, and actually be like very visible to your. I think all the traffic you get by is what the idea, right? The faces that see it, the eyes that see the building. So that you can have people that want to be in this building more. It's office space, so more people are building new offices here in Miami Beach. They're Class A office. You're not quite Class A, but maybe we want to get to Class A, so you want to get your rents up. And there's not that many big office buildings on 41st Street here right now.
Correct.
Right now. So I think there's a huge opportunity here, and I think that's why we're being so kind of we're offering some substantial comments here because we care about the building and we know what it could be. And he says he's confused, so.
I want to add one more comment to that. When we're talking about the east corner there, that's where I was also wondering earlier, if that's still your property, if you can put the lift there. I don't think you would need to demolish, the planter, but maybe how you're breaking down one wall of it to make the stairs, you break down more, but you leave that wall and maybe change the landscape so actually it becomes a privacy, and maybe you think about the other materials and the screening, and then you're actually using, just removing all the dirt and the stuff within the planter, but putting your lift within there and then rethinking the landscape that's in there maybe at grade as the lift goes up. I agree that a ramp would be preferable, but I think with the grade change that you're required, I don't see even a switchback working in that area. But I think, again, this is your guys' opportunity to make a statement about like inclusivity, thinking about, equity and really just Miami Beach being able to say, these are our values. And so I think when you're taking the time to make a project like this, I think those values should be first and foremost.
Okay. One thing I wanted to ask to Sarah and Jason regarding the arc that currently is painted orange. I just want to be clear that you guys are not opposing to the stair location as how it's engaging, but maybe is how the stair is engaging with the element of the columns, right? I just want to understand your comment, not that you're opposing to the stairs location.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
think that the idea of opening it up is a good one, and yeah, I agree. It's hard to find the entrance to the building. Yeah, it was just sad to see that one detail sort of sacrificed in the process. I don't know. I feel like we're just giving you ideas
No,
to
it's
consider,
understood.
brainstorming. Yeah.
I mean, breaking down the corner is a great idea. I mean, I get it. It's like this big thing here, so I understand there's a cost implication. But there's something, this is where you have the most room and the most impact. And the problem with the current ramp, of course, is that it's like in between like these two walls. So like, a lot of times now that we see all these ramps that are open and they're
Not inviting.
They're quite nice, like a ramp can be
Yeah.
visually kind of nice. It creates its own terracing. It can be integrated with landscaping. This ramp is like behind this very odd like wall, and I'm not actually sure why they even did that. I guess maybe they thought it was. But you'll see in some of the newer buildings, I think we approved one maybe it was a couple months ago, down the block a little bit. There's I forgot who, if it was architect, I can't remember who did it, but it's elevated because we have to be because of the code. And we talked a lot about the ramp and the access to that building. There was an alley in the middle, and they created a really nice kind of exposed terrace that was sort of between the building and the street, which I thought was really nice. Might have been like 3 months ago, I don't know, 4 months ago. But, so I think there's a lot of options here. I just think this maybe isn't the best one.
Have you gotten feedback from the tenants that they want an outdoor area to sit and be outside in? Is that sort of the part of the?
So since the building footprint is very small, there's not that much space for amenities. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to engage lobby as an amenity space with the terrace to basically help with mitigate with the other buildings that they do have lots of amenities. So this will be like this indoor experience amenity that they could definitely use it.
But Sarah, to more directly answer your question, I confirm that there has been feedback, and they have discussed this with their existing tenants, and this is one of the points of emphasis.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Are we ready for a motion?
Just out of
Did you have
curiosity.
a comment, Orlando? Anything about? Was there anything about the landscaping to note, or?
Orlando, is your mic on?
I'm sorry. The only comment I would make is I would like to see more landscape at sidewalk level.
Okay.
And that will mean removing the wall.
And taking it back, because right now the
But
ramp is built
maybe-
to the
but
property line.
Maybe adding a wall, say, 3 feet away from the sidewalk, and then adding another one to create a planter around the sitting areas and make it a more pleasant area instead of being arid without any green. But yet, I understand it means the demolition of the wall, but it could be a good improvement.
Noted.
And I believe that you, in part, you were talking about bringing it down.
I understand that the cost implications will be major since this is a retaining wall. Moving a wall it will cost more money than that is expected or budgeted for. So what we're trying to do here was try to minimize or try to help client with bringing a better experience to the building without having to create a major budget cost for this. So,
and also I don't think the renderings do justice.
Okay.
In helping us understand what they're proposing.
Okay.
So something, as you're looking to open up and engage with the street, the pedestrians, I would maybe think about general elements that will soften the facade. Right now, I mean, the building is so rectilinear and repetitive and severe rhythm that maybe that could be some sort of way in of like, okay, I need to develop some sort of screening or the landscaping, like it just sort of needs to soften the experience of entering the building, and that makes it more welcoming as opposed to all these verticals and walls and, I mean, I realize there have to be walls, but you know what, like that might be a way in to figure out how this can be better reworked. So, is anybody ready to make a motion?
Yes,
I have one more,
oh,
I'm sorry,
yes.
I have one more question.
In the landscape plan, there are some areas like you're showing a lady palm, but there's nothing below as a ground cover. So it needs to be a little bit more specific.
Okay.
Curiosity, do you have the date this building was built and the architect at the time?
It was constructed in 1969. I don't know the architect. We can
I
look
think my
that up.
grandfather designed
Yes.
it.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
Yeah, that was
Okay,
super.
well,
Yeah.
there you go.
Oh, okay. Norman.
Okay, I can try to make a motion. I move to continue this application, DRB 23-0948, to the
I would
Dec-
suggest December.
December meeting,
It's Monday, December 11th.
December 11th meeting.
Second the motion.
Yeah.
All in favor on that motion for continuance?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 6-0. We'll need the revised plans by 1 week after the November 13th date. Let me just give you the exact date here. We'll need revised plans by November 20th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
And you can work with staff, I mean, they were here, so.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
can't-
Thank you.
Is it possible to take a 5-minute break?
Let's take a 10-minute break because
Oh.
the distance of the bathroom, so. We'll come back
Okay.
in 10 minutes.
Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene just before 11 or just 11 o'clock? Okay.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome back to the DRB meeting on October 11th. We are now about to hear DRB 23-0945.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0945, 1435 Bay Road and 1340 Flamingo Way. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story townhome project, including one or more waivers to replace 2 existing single-story buildings to be demolished.
I would like to ask the members of the board if you have received any ex parte communications in regards to this case. Nope. All right, thank you.
So just a brief update here. And this application is related to the following application in terms of they're adjacent and part of the same, owned by the same person or developer. And this application includes one waiver, and it's for the height of the ground floor. The code requires 12 feet from BFE plus minimum freeboard to the underside. And like many other applications here, the board has granted a waiver down to 10 feet. We're supportive of that waiver. We are supportive of the design. We are asking for some minor modifications, including some windows in the garage doors. Since this is a townhome project and it has parking around the street, we're asking some more transparency at the ground level. We are asking for some variation to the landscape plan to more individualize the entrance of each townhome. With that, we are supportive of the application and recommend approval in accordance with the provided final order. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Is it still morning? Yes, good morning. Chair, Vice Chair, board members, Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland & Knight at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and joined by me is the architect and the landscape architect. So we'll be more than happy to answer your questions. First and foremost, I want to thank staff for working with us on this application. Their feedback has been invaluable to make this project as beautiful as possible for this neighborhood. We do accept all the recommendations proffered by staff, and we do have one modification to the order. This property is actually unified by an existing covenant in lieu of unity of title. There was a 2016 approval that tied the property's development to that site plan. And so with the approval of this proposed site plan, we would also need to modify that recorded instrument to allow us to develop in accordance with the new plans. So I've sent staff the proposed language to that modification. Oh. There we go. All right, so this is a 0.25 acre property located on Bay Road and Flamingo Way. It's at the intersection. I'm sure you all are pretty familiar with this area. This is a really unique area because it's close to the shops and the vibrant city center, but also tucked in and in between the Flamingo Towers, but also between the residential homes, providing a very interesting opportunity to create a smooth transition between the uses. The property has a land use and zoning of RM1, and we are seeking approval of 6 townhome units. There are 2 existing single-family homes there today, and we would be demolishing those. The prior approval from 2016 also contemplated demolishing those homes, and so the net new density would be 4 units. As staff mentioned, we are seeking a waiver of 2 feet for the garage clearance height. This is a rendering of what the site will look like. I believe the architect has, in my opinion, has done a wonderful job embracing the block and making sure that this project and the next application that you'll hear from us are harmonious, but not twins. They're more like sisters. They play well together, but are interesting enough and unique that they can stand on their own. So this is a contextual aerial that shows you the towers to the west, and the rest of the character of the neighborhood. We also have several multifamily buildings that are low scale in the area, so this will not be out of character. And this will be the layout. Again, 6 units, 15 units would be allowed under the zoning district. We're providing something much less than that. In 2016, the approval contemplated 5 stories with 8 units, so we're still decreasing the density. And we're keeping the project well below the allowable height. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to the architect so he can walk you through his design.
Good morning. My name is Jose Gaviria, and I'm the architect for this project. So I'm gonna begin our presentation, or continue our presentation, by essentially explaining in this slide the nature of our siding. 4 of the units are oriented towards the north, and they are oriented evidently towards Flamingo Way. 2 of the units are on the other side, oriented towards the west to Bay Road. These are essentially the units range between 1,969 square feet through 2,600 square feet. There is 1 4-bedroom unit, 3 bedrooms, and there's the smallest one of them all, which is a 2-bedroom, which is number 3, which is right in the center, right in the middle. The lowest level is an understory level. It's a garage level. Evidently, it's being raised from the grade. Garages are at 6.71 NGVD, whereas the sidewalk, it's really at 3.5. So there's a bit of a ramp coming up and accommodating 2 cars at each of the garages. Aside from the garage, there's a study in 3 of the units in that level. The other 2 units oriented towards Bay Road, they're solely used for garage. And the entry, actually the foyer level, it's raised up at 8.25 NGVD in all of the 6 entrances. This is the first level. This is at 19. This is at 19.8 NGVD, and essentially accommodates all of the kitchen, living, and dining areas. There is a staircase in the center of each of the units and a pneumatic elevator within that staircase, which essentially it's the core of every single unit. They all share same design principles in the sense that the views are oriented towards either the north or the west, but the staircase and the elevator is always tucked in the middle. This is the next level where they usually will find 3 bedrooms. I'm going to fly a little bit faster over this set of plans. And this is the uppermost level where typically we would have like social areas and access to a exterior patio with a plunge pool. Okay? This is the roof level. These are elevations towards Flamingo. This is the elevation towards the west or Bay Road. This is the back elevation on the south. This is another elevation on the east, sections. And essentially here is where, let me see.
I think.
I wanted to point out about the materiality of how we work in this building. We have a set of wood slats accentuating the verticality and essentially identifying the separation between the units. There is a horizontality worked out with the slab edges, usually made out of concrete. We have evidently some balconies made out of cable railing, and then the backdrop is composed of smooth stucco in a white color, and sliders and the windows that evidently give us that sense of transparency. So it's a very neat composition. In the upper levels, we have a bit of a trellis over the plunge pools. we believe it is a nice composition that gives us overall this kind of image where we have plenty of trees, of shade trees, and shrubs that help us accentuate the harmony between nature and the building itself. These are some other renderings. This is from Bay Road. And again, this is from, I'm sorry, that was from Flamingo, and this is from Bay Road. We have also, in the lower level, we have the appearance of the garages in a whitish color and tucked into the smooth grayish type of stucco with reveals every 2 inches. We believe that understory level needs to be kind of a little bit different than from the upper levels where we have a lot of transparency. And we have a lot of planners in the upper levels connecting them in more like a horizontal manner, not in a vertical manner. As you can see, the accentuation on the verticality is made by the wood slats that separate the units. Having said that, I'd like Mr. Montero to give us a little bit of the scope that was, of the intent that was done with terms of landscape.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andres Montero. I'm the landscape architect working on this project. Our main goal here was not just to respond to the code requirements, but also create a big, lush buffer around the building to create that sense of privacy for the complex. And also, thinking of future developments on the sides of the building, to give the building some privacy from the neighbors. We also, another goal was to create amenities at the ground floor. So we're providing small patios for each unit and a big, large gathering area at the southeast corner of the complex where the number 12 is. So that people can come down to the ground floor, from all the units and enjoy that space. Are there any comments about landscape or architecture?
We'll get to those in a bit. Okay, so concluding our design presentation, I just want to emphasize a couple things about this project. The upper levels and the planters emphasize movement, break up the linearity of the building, which I think creates a very interesting facade from the streetscape. We also tried to emphasize, as Jose mentioned, privacy. And so each driveway, each walking path is clearly private so that there's no intrusion between neighbors. And then again, I want to highlight that common rear yard on the back, which is a really nice amenity for these townhomes to have, in addition to their private decks on the upper level. So with that, I want to say one last remark. I really do think this project will beautify the area, will help enhance the streetscape, and will help create a sense of community in this little pocket of the city. And we hope we can get your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to comment?
And there's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm now closing the public portion and opening it up to the board for comment. Who would like to start? Shauna, would you like to start us out?
Sure, I can. Thank you for your guys' presentation. I am still trying to put some of the comments that you said and some of the renderings and the landscape plan together in my mind. I agree completely that there was a lot of thought put into this, and that, you are trying to create domestic spaces, and they're not just big forms that you're carving in and, putting people in here, but you're trying to think about the unique space and what should domestic space be. So I appreciate that. Some of the things that maybe concern me is, you know, when we're trying to meet all these needs and we're adding outdoor spaces, we're adding vegetation, we're adding garage doors and driveways, you know, like all of those things, then they look good and they all fit, but then how do they function once they're built and they're in real life and they're in our environment? And I think these are some of the same concerns that we've been bringing up on other projects. So I won't go into detail. I'll leave that for our landscape architect. But when I look at the way that the planters are sort of attached to the facade and they hang over the balconies, they don't seem very accessible. Like, I think that they were just applied to maybe, you know, get rid of a big white expansive wall, but are they actually functioning? And I'm looking at specifically page 30 right now. It's a rendering from the corner. And again, I think introducing, you know, Miami and our subtropical environment, we're the unique place in the US where we can really use vegetation year round as a design material and a building material. But I have concerns about, you know, these planters overhanging an outdoor space. You know, there's dripping, there's water, there's all that. How do we maintain those, whatever's planted in that, and how do the residents that are there access them versus if they were actually just, you know, on the balcony and we could plant them and we could access them. Do you
In
want me to
terms of
pause for a minute?
access, all
Yeah.
the planters are accessible through the windows and balcony areas. As it relates to maintenance, I'll let the architect or the landscape architect address
You know,
that.
wait, Shauna, are you done with your comments? Why don't we let Shauna finish and then you can
Okay.
comment.
Yeah, and I mean, we could address that one specifically, because if you go to page 30 on the presentation, I'm looking at this corner one that I really don't think there's an operable window next to it, or, I don't think that's not page 30. I hope I'm looking at the right.
32.
Oh, wait.
Talking this one.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Could,
page 32.
could you click, I don't know who's clicking forward. But you can see it on the right of that, and here on the left, well, next slide.
Next rendering, it's next slide.
Next
Yeah.
one, well, it's on the left there. You, Go back.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
one.
one.
Yeah, okay. So again, I'm just being very specific at this moment, and then we can address the general, you know, concerns, right? So I think the idea of outdoor landscape is for us as the inhabitants to be able to experience them, maybe actually plant them, control them. And I think that all of these that are sort of above our height is gonna be problematic. Also, the ones over the entry, I do think the entry is covered, but again, you know, they're gonna drip, things are living, they're messy, right? How do we anticipate their needs? I appreciate again that this feels like a series of homes and it is addressing the street. I think that it's thoughtful in terms of how are you raising the grade and then coming up to your level 1, and I appreciate that. My concern is, how do you retain water? How are we addressing our neighbors, right? So without getting into the very specifics of, you know, your water retention requirements, but maybe just speaking, you know, since you have this project and the next project, and they share similar values with how they meet the ground. Knowing we're coming in and we're gonna be higher and we're sloping up to enter the garage, there may not be anything we can do at that moment, but we know water's gonna just shed right off and just, you know, cover the street and the surrounding. And then when I look at the renderings, you know, the whole yard is sort of sloped up, and I feel like it doesn't feel like a Miami sort of understory, right? And I really think, especially at the corner, there could be different ways to address how do we anticipate all of that water? Is it more like a swale there? Are we, you know, providing sort of native landscape back to the public, where in the corner we have a swale anticipating that water but draining it so we're not providing mosquitoes to our neighbors? But different moments like that I'll end there for now.
Thank you. Mara?
Michael, in the homes, when they're built, the code requires a retaining wall around the property. Is it not for
Well, the code requires
multifamily?
that all water be retained on the property, and that could require, in this case, retaining wall least low,
Or French
or a
drain.
series of, and a drain exactly where the driveway meets the sidewalk, as well as, I think perfectly here, a series of, raised planters is something that could be done, especially to accommodate the drainage without having you don't want to have like a wall. It's nice that you have this openness,
Yeah.
to the street versus having a solid wall, but I think a low retaining wall would work and address the issues with water retention. I know they haven't done civil drawings yet, of course, but that's something that would clearly have to be done as part of their civil drawings.
Well, can I clarify my comment real quick? So, it's great that we're seeing all of these projects brought to us with these strategies, but I think maybe for me, my personal mission is to say that that intent is embedded in your design, right? So that we're not going back and just saying, oh, well, I've met the code or I'm addressing it this way, but how does the building and the landscape work together to express that as a prominent value in your design?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does the plans currently have a French drain design into it? Because I don't see a retaining wall to keep the water within the property.
The intent is to have an entire retaining wall that surrounds and protects the neighbors. We do have that. We've done projects like this in Miami Beach in the past, and we've always come up with a retaining wall in the boundaries right up against our neighbors. That retaining wall usually raises up anywhere between 8 inches, 4, 8, or 12 inches, depending on what the conditions are needed. And then we have a railing, a protected railing, because usually the difference in terms of height between the yard, the backyard, and the neighbor is going to be somewhere between 3 feet, more or less, give or take. So you still need a protecting railing from the neighbors. So we do have a retaining wall in the boundary right up against the two neighbors on the south side and on the east side. Okay.
And I think the board is concerned with what the view is from the street.
Yeah.
So of course, you don't want to have
No.
a huge retaining wall and a fence along the front.
No.
So you can do is, what was suggested here is like a low retaining wall. That's something that wasn't part of the design or is not reflected in the renderings that have been provided.
I think mainly all of this should be in a grading and drainage plan. Because like when you get on the driveways to the sidewalk, you need trench drains and be connected to French drains. Because some people just use the trench drain on the driveway and they fill up in 2 minutes. So they have to be connected to French drains. In other words, a grading and drainage plan will be needed.
Yeah, of course. That's something that planning doesn't review that. So our department is not going to review the
Right.
grading and drainage plan. So
Right.
it's
Yeah.
it's required for building permit. And of course, if they come back with a design and that grading and drainage plan causes an impact and changes the overall design that the board approved, then they would have to come back here if it's a substantial change.
Michael, just in a follow-up to what I asked earlier, do you not need a retaining wall or a French drain even on the property facing the public right-of-way, the street?
They have to, whatever method they can use to keep all water
Water
on
within-
site.
Okay, so if they choose to put in a French drain, it's obviously not going to change this design, but that we have in front of us, at least the Flamingo Way view. But if they decide to put in a retaining wall, it will change and look a little bit different than what
Well,
we
yeah,
have
if they were
in
to
front of
come
us.
back and propose, a retaining wall that was really really tall, and a fence on top of that, and elevated the entire yard, then that would impact the design, and we would tell them they'd have to come back here. So I think the idea is to maintain the overall design intent and the openness, while also retaining all water on site. Like I say, typically, because nobody's guaranteed of an approval from the board until they actually come here and get the design approved. So I guess, it's the level of details and drawings required, or the design standpoint versus construction documents, because otherwise, if they do construction documents for the entire building and the board requires major changes, then that's also an additional expense. So I think typically, I agree that it's important for them to look at this and should have considered maybe what implications the drainage would have on the design, but I think as long as those changes that are required do not impact the design greatly, we can approve those administratively.
Excuse me. Just to clarify, yes, the retaining wall, the proposed retaining wall is all around all four sides of the property.
So it's not shown on the.
Whereas it's hidden with the landscape in the perspectives, the renderings. I think we can see it on the site plan, the landscape plan, but it's all around. The only place where we don't show it is in the driveways.
Where in the landscape plan is it?
Page 29?
No, I mean, where is the wall?
It's between the two, the front hedge and the back hedge. You can see two green lines.
I can see two
Yeah,
lines.
there's a white line in between those two green lines that represents the
And
retaining wall.
between the wall and the walkway, that's a walkway right there, right? It's not
Number
labeled.
4, yes.
It's not labeled.
Number 4 is like,
Um,
I'm looking.
Right next to the palms.
Can we show this?
On the screen, it would be helpful.
It's hard to see on that, but
But
you know,
not-
below what you have, number 6 is number 9. That's the side. And then two green areas. Well, in that case, because we're neighbor property, it's the retaining use two green strips of landscape because we have a lower right there, and it wraps around on the other side too, on all four sides. The only place where we don't have it is at the either pedestrian entrance or the driveways.
And again,
But
we will be developing
Do you have
detailed
LO2? Because really on this one, this is not the landscape plan.
Yeah, that was just for the presentation.
Do you have the
In the
landscape plan?
architectural
Yes.
package? Yes.
No, I mean,
Page 3 in this
do you have it
PDF.
for the screen or no?
Not
No.
on the
Okay.
screen.
Okay. I was referring to the space between the wall and the palms. Let me see what palms they are. I guess they're beaches.
To the south, yes.
What's the space between the sidewalk and the wall where the beaches are planted?
Sorry, on the west side.
I don't know. Let me see. This side.
To the south side, plan left, so the drawing that we're looking here, where it's like a
Yeah,
light
well, the
green,
si-
number 4.
Okay, the
You know
south
where-
we
you know-
have.
You know where the
we
only
have-
oak in the property is?
Yes, it's
Okay.
an existing
Right-
oak
right
on the
to-
right of way.
Right to the right of the oak.
Okay, we have,
You have a wall,
yes,
and then you have a
retaining wall.
sidewalk, right?
Well, there's a green strip,
Yes, but
and then you
my-
want to know
My
what's
question is, what's the width?
4
of-
feet roughly?
That doesn't look like 4 feet here.
Well, the walkway on the right-hand side, which leads from the patio of that unit to the back, it's 3. So the landscape strip there is about 4 feet, where those palms are planted or proposed, where the number 10 is.
So the sidewalk is 3 feet?
You're talking, sorry, there are two, well, there's a sidewalk on the street in the right-of-way, which is existing.
No.
And then
Hang
inside,
on.
there's a walkway.
I'm talking about the retaining wall, the space between the retaining wall and the sidewalk.
4 feet.
It doesn't look like,
It's
no
more
way.
than that.
It is 4 feet.
It's
the
9.43.
The little walkway
There's the
here is 3
dimension
feet.
at the- No, he's talking about the light green space, 9.43, if you scroll down.
Pardon?
No, he's talking about this. No,
Right here.
he's talking about
No,
this.
right here.
Just, Orlando, just to clarify, you're talking about,
About
Distance.
where the beaches are planted.
It's 4 feet.
Are there two walls there?
I don't know.
so from, if you look at the mouse cursor.
I see a wall and a walkway. But that doesn't look like 4 feet. I mean.
I think the problem is some of the
if that is-
plans,
If that is 4 feet, then the sidewalk is 6 feet.
Yeah, but he's.
Yeah, the street sidewalk is 6.
No, I'm not talking about the street sidewalk. I'm talking, there's a walkway, right?
Yeah,
So
you
this
have
area.
where the number 5 is. That's a patio.
I'm looking at the landscape plan.
Yeah, that's what I'm pointing out.
No,
Well,
he's
that
he's in the
label is-
landscape drawing package that you guys submitted, so you guys need to at least get on the same
It's
drawing.
L02.
Yeah, that's gonna
L02.
help things out a lot if you
No,
guys
no,
get
no.
on the same
Oh,
drawing.
okay.
Orlando, if I may walk up to you,
Sure.
so you can point
course.
on this plan.
Space between that walk, that wall, and this walkway. That cannot be 4 feet. No, that's the walkway.
Right, the space between.
The space between the wall and the walkway. The space where the palms are planted.
Oh, where the palms are planted, that's yours.
Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you.
I know. It's from the wall. From the wall.
So he's talking specifically about
Yeah, that's what I.
this space.
Yes. Yes. Again,
4
that's
feet?
4 feet. Yeah, and then you have crushed gravel, or actually, we're proposing that walkway to be crushed shells. It's a pathway from that unit to the driveway of that unit.
Okay,
But
so
in
that's
total-
not that's not a walkway, that's, it is, but
It's a
it's with
pathway. Yes.
crushed shells.
But we have enough space for the
Okay,
palms.
and that
they're
crushed shell area is how wide?
3 feet.
3 feet.
Yeah, the thing
How
is hard
can-
at this scale. It's hard to see because we have 2 layers of underground planting. We have a small hedge and then something in front of that between the hedge and that's why you see all those black lines at this scale. But it's about 4 feet.
Okay, but if the crushed shell area is 3 feet, how can the area between the crushed shell and the wall be 4 feet?
I think if you go to sheet L4, it may be clearer to see the distances.
if needed, you could move the walkway closer to the building to give more planting room for the
Okay,
palms.
this is,
Yeah, I believe and I can't recall exactly, but I believe the setback for that little patio is 7.5 feet from the property line.
okay, I can see the, okay.
No, to the property line. Yeah, so we had within that 7.5, we have a 3-foot cross-shell path and 4.5, 3.5, yeah.
Yeah,
4.
there's a black line there, which I don't know
Yes.
what it is, and it makes it read like much more.
I know, it's just 2 layers of shrubs. And we do,
Where are the layers of shrubs?
well, we have in the front, next to the retaining wall, I
Uh-huh.
think we have cocoa plum. And then
You
in
have-
front of that, between that and the.
Excuse me, you have cocoa plum where the palms are?
But at the edge of the wall. And it's gonna grow, it's creating a hedge, a privacy hedge there. And then there's understory Green Island ficus, where the palms are.
What's the space where the Green Island ficus is planted? Because it looks like 12 inches in the
No,
plan.
we have 4.5 feet,
No, no, no.
and
Ne-
2 feet is coco plum, 2.5, it's Green Island ficus.
Let me blow this up to 200, 300%. LO2.
LO2.
Which is the planting.
Yes.
It's not a part of our PowerPoint presentation.
No, we can't. Well, unless communications can bring up the Novus agenda item, the landscape plans.
LO2.
Landscape plans dated, it's called Landscape Plans
LO2.
10-1123.
He's looking for the name of the.
Oh, okay. In the meanwhile, from the ficus Green Island is shown between the property line and the retaining wall.
On the outside, too.
Right.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just in front of the, what we will
And
see of the retaining wall.
What's the space there?
I want to say, what's the setback of the wall?
How wide is the retention wall?
We don't have a design at this detail, but yes, anywhere, yeah. It's probably going to be 8 inches. Inside.
So if it's 8 inches, then the space between the wall and the property line is 8 to 10 inches.
Yeah, but we don't have any obstructions in the outside. I mean, it's where it's planted, but we have greenery on the left side. On the west side, it's all
But the
landscape.
fact is that you're showing 12 inches of Green Island, isn't it?
No, we're showing, I don't have the I mean, I can't really tell what the dimensions specifically are, but we have enough room. And we always design our landscape where we accommodate the landscape to feed. We're not trying to just show planting. You know, sometimes because we show the bed, we don't show individual plants. We bring the bed line in 6 inches on each side because the plant gets planted there. Let's say it's 12 inches, but it has room to grow 6 inches to all sides. So in reality, it's about 2 feet.
I do see all over the same conditions of hedges being a little bit too narrow. And, you know, I see like coco plum, 2 feet.
Yes.
Don't you feel that's too narrow?
I don't feel that for coco plum that's too narrow, and
No?
you can always trim it. I mean, if we were talking about clusia, that clusia needs a lot more room. But
No,
coco plum, and we have planting in front, being ground cover covering the base of that hedge.
And
Doesn't
the
mean that the
and
hedge
same-
doesn't have
The same
room.
goes for like, what's CAP? Is that Jamaican caper
Yes, capped. Yes.
in 12 inches?
Where is that exactly?
That's,
And again, I don't have dimensions on this plant. I think
no, but you
every
can,
planting.
but I can tell, you know, that it's a very narrow strip.
Yes, yes. No, that's the spacing.
You see where the little single palm is in the middle of the building?
Yes.
Right to the right of it.
Okay. The little strip there?
Is that Jamaica caper?
Yes, and I believe we
12
have
inches?
no, we have more. Like I explained before, the bed is a dark line. We
Yeah.
have 6 inches on each side. We offset the line from the edge of the planter.
Okay, so you feel
So-
comfortable with a Jamaican caper at 24 inches?
Yes.
Okay.
But we can, we can take suggestions if you don't feel like that's a.
I don't feel comfortable with some of these hedges at 2 feet. And you have the room to increase them a little bit. Maybe taking 6 inches on each side of the hardscape. And in some cases, let me see what this is. Some cases, there's small connections of crushed shell
Yes.
where you can improve a little bit the width of the, because if they're too narrow,
I agree.
they're not gonna look good.
Yes, I
They're gonna
agree.
be-
I don't think
they're
they
gonna
are.
be trimmed out.
And that particular spot, we might, we just trying to maximize the patio for that unit because it's all inside the building. It's the
so-
less favorite.
So you're gonna review the width of the.
Of that,
of
yes.
the, okay. Now, I also have a comment here that there's a couple of plans that maybe you can shed some light on. In the tree disposition plan,
Yes.
number-
LO1.
Number 6, I don't think that grows in Miami.
Tree number 6.
Yeah. And,
Common laurel?
and 26,
Yes. That came from what is the question?
it doesn't grow in Miami.
That came from the arborist report. I can't say, I've been to the property, I didn't get inside, and unfortunately, because we're
So
raising
maybe
this.
you can contact the arborist
No,
and tell
yeah, I
him
will,
to
I
review
will.
it.
But I wanted to point out that unfortunately, because the site has to be raised, all the existing vegetation, all the trees have to be removed. And we
Okay.
are mitigating for all those trees.
Well, that brings me to the mitigation issue. Let me see what page this is, so we're on the same page.
The table is on LO2.
LO2.
Yes.
LO2. You are mitigating with 4 conocarpus, 7 cocoloba, 3 conocarpus, and 8 Lyostremia, right?
Yes.
Now, the Lyostremias are street trees.
Yes.
You cannot mitigate with street trees. Street trees are required.
I understand, but this is done by DERM. All the mitigation is by DERM, right?
No.
Am I-
No, the mitigation is with planning.
Okay.
Urban forestry,
Pardon?
urban forestry.
Right, yeah. But not DERM.
Okay.
And street trees are requirements,
Yes.
the same as landscape requirements for trees, and you're using the mitigation trees as landscape requirement trees, the same.
Is that not correct? I've done many projects here in the city.
So
of
therefore,
Miami.
you're not mitigating.
Michael,
No.
can you,
I don't have, I'm not the landscape architect that reviews these plans, so I don't have that information.
It
If
seems
you
like
want,
what.
I mean, I think
Okay,
if you,
so
wa-
here's the condition I'm gonna propose. That they mitigate either with plants, and I understand that maybe they don't have the the space, or with the tree fund contribution for those trees that are native. Now, there's 2 ficus aurea.
Yes.
Those are only one of the 2 native ficuses.
Yes. I'm aware.
One of them, I don't have it here, but I should have it in your, I believe it's 60 inches
One
in
is
diameter.
45.
60 inches in diameter. have to go to another page.
Michael, while he's looking for that page, does Urban Forestry take a look at these plans from a landscape standpoint? Or
Yeah,
planning landscape division take a
Both-
look at it
both
before
planning and
coming
urban
here?
forestry, yes.
Okay, and did they have any comments concerning the mitigation trees versus the non-mitigation trees?
While we're discussing this, I can take a look and see what the comments
Yeah.
were.
Okay,
Number 27 is a ficus area which is 36-inch DBH.
Yes,
That makes it a specimen.
yes.
So that will require double mitigation.
Okay, we follow the code and we follow the mitigation requirements by the code. I'm not aware if there's a different code or a different mitigation requirements. We have done this with urban forest. I'm sorry, I said DERM, urban forest.
Durham?
And no, sorry, I mentioned
Oh, okay,
DERM.
okay.
It's urban forest department. And we follow their mitigation requirements.
Okay, excuse me just 1 second, okay? Michael, with urban forestry, is those in the right-of-way? Or all of them?
I think, well, they have to review the mitigation.
Mitigation, when it comes to mitigation with urban forestry, it's everything inside the property and outside the property? Or only on the right-of-way?
No, it's both inside and outside.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to have to mitigate with, according to,
To the
Uh,
code, yes. We will
urban
be
forestry.
complying with all mitigation
Uh,
requirements.
but you cannot use those trees.
I believe we can. I believe.
No, you cannot.
We will confirm what the requirements are and we will comply.
So
Okay.
if urban forestry
you.
says those trees
You
don't
okay.
count, you'll add an additional 8
Correct.
trees.
Okay, mitigation is one thing.
I-
Landscape requirement is another thing.
I
And they
understand.
cannot be used. Okay?
Okay, so we will probably mitigate with, the shortfall of mitigation, which I'm sure is gonna happen, because we're providing what's required and some extras. So we're probably gonna have to mitigate with contribution to the tree fund for any shortfall.
You may have to, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andres, and thank you.
I want to go back to, sorry, I lost the design. Thank you.
Well,
very-
excuse
Are you
me,
done?
yeah,
Are there
let
any
me
other
just
comments?
finish one thing.
Uh-huh.
When you come back, you have to bring landscape plans for all the different levels,
I understand, yes.
which are not here.
Thank you.
And irrigation, please, because that's important.
Those will be provided at the time of permitting. And if they deviate from the design that's approved by you,
Okay.
we would have to come back.
Can
It's up
I-
to the board.
Can I
The
make
board-
in this case, there are planters in the upper levels. And I would like to see how they're going to irrigate that.
Yeah, if the board wants to see the revised landscape plans back, the board, can approve the application and continue the landscape plans.
Yes, I would like to see the revised plans.
I'd like to talk a little bit and also about do you have a comment, Scott? I do. Okay, Scott, go for it.
So a couple of things. First of all, I think this is a great project for the neighborhood. I really like what you guys have done as far as people need townhouses and these sizes and stuff. So I think it's a great location for those little lots to do. Two things. I understand you want these two projects to complement each other. I think they actually not clash, but one looks kind of like a faded version of the other ones. So I don't know what the tendency of this beige and brown thing that is like reminding me of the 80s. It looks like something they do in my growing up. But I think that I looked at the two next to each other and one just kind of looks like a faded version of the other. So I think you should either make them the same or contrast them more.
It's very interesting comment that what you just
Can you wait a second, because I'm going to add to that too, or do you have more?
And then my big comment is, I understand the value of trying to put a water feature, a pool in there. I'm a realtor, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never seen anybody say, oh, wow, a plunge pool, it's great. Because what it does, it takes up valuable balcony space. It creates a nightmare of maintenance, and within 6 years, you're going to have it leaking into the space below. And it just, there's nobody loves a plunge pool. I'm just going to be honest with you. It would be nice if people had the option of installing a hot tub on top of there, but the majority of people are not going to want a plunge pool. It requires monthly expenses to maintain it. Nobody really wants to sit in a lukewarm, you know, and you're across from the Flamingo high-rise, so people looking down on you, and it's just a maintenance nightmare in the long term and the short term for the building, for the condo association. So I would just, I can't make you, I guess, but I would just say that's just a bad idea from a, you're not going to increase the value, it's going to be more of a detriment, and it takes away valuable outdoor space that people would love, that you're going to have families moving in here, and I just think it's kind of a boondoggle, honestly. I think it's going to cost you more, and it's going to cost the buyers more.
Thank you. I have to say, I agree. And I also want to piggyback on what you were saying about the palette. That was my main, this seems like, you know, you're building a very thoughtful, livable space. I do like the size. I like the townhouse concept. I think it's very compatible, works with the neighborhood. But I feel like how this building looks, it doesn't scream Miami Beach. It seems very northern. It seems very sort of dour. And, you know, this is in the heart of South Beach. It's where everybody is coming to have fun and enjoy life. And, you know, you have this beautiful sunshine. And then you have this dark northern palette. I feel like this building would be enhanced if you would revisit that. You know, and it's everywhere, especially on the corner of Flamingo Way and Bay Road. It's just this large expanse of dark gray. Similarly, along the Flamingo Way, and I think staff got a little bit at this, that it just seems like this sea of garage doors. And, you know, that really needs to be refined. This is such a walkable area. There's always pedestrians, and to just have one garage door after another, and maybe the renderings just aren't doing it justice, but I definitely think that I know in the staff report, they talked about maybe adding some windows or a more decorative garage door or something to make it so it's not, there's a small section, it's sort of by the fire station off of Indian Creek, that they did townhouses, and it's just not, it's not a pleasant walking space. So that was, I was going to encourage you to revisit the palette and to figure out a better solution for the garage doors.
We read the comment on the suggestion of adding glass to the garage doors. We thought that was thoughtful. Sorry. Okay. We thought the suggestion on adding some glass to the garage door was thoughtful, and yeah, it could add some rhythm to the windows or the balconies up on the next level. You know, we could lower them down to the garage. It might be like a neat, nice rhythm, adding that to the garage doors and sort of break down that whiteness of the garage doors projecting into the street. That's one. Sure, the palette, it links to the comment Mr. Defenderfer was saying. You know, we have these two sister projects side by side. What I wanted to do is essentially to have one with warm tones, you know, beige, wood, you know, orangey type of wood, you know, warm tones, and the other one more into a cooler tone. You know, it was sort of like yin and yang. Evidently, if there is some concern on that regard, we might need to revisit, you know, subtle colors to ensure it looks truly Miami Beach. You know, that's our intent. But
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Shauna, did you have a comment?
And one final comment. We debated heavily on whether to go with heated pools or plunge pools, you know. A heated spa, which essentially avoids the problem of disruption of water over time to the slabs and so on and so forth. And yeah, that's a neat suggestion, and we could always look into it and see if, you know, we might not need to adhere to the plunge pool itself, you know, we don't.
I would, seriously, I would just caution you, and this is just for your own good. I have no, obviously have no skin in the game, but
Totally
as a
understand.
realtor trying to sell this stuff, to have something built in is kind of a nightmare, and a lot of people don't even like hot tubs. But if you had the capacity to be able to install one, where you had a water source out there, an electric source out there, and you could easily install one, I think that would be a great option. But probably 95% of people would rather have the balcony space.
Sure.
And,
Sure.
you know, it would save everybody a lot of money.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the garage and street and then maybe bring back and get you guys to respond on the planters. But for me, it's not about if the garage doors are glass or, you know, something that the Miami 21, which is a different zoning code, often does is require, you know, like people put windows into the garage to make it look like you're addressing the street, but then it's just a dark window into a garage. And so I think for me, it's about walking down the street and what is my experience. And this just comes full circle to both the comments about, does it feel Miami? And for me, the material palette's fine, but it's not, maybe it's how it's expressed. The landscape doesn't feel Miami, right? And how does the rhythm of the driveway and the landscape work together with the architecture to create that urban experience? So it's less about I think you guys have tried hard to, you know, limit the garage doors to one side. The other side is very pedestrian friendly, and I know you can't really eliminate a garage door because that would change the design completely, but just present it, you know, from that urban promenade. And, you know, I think a lot of your responses about, well, we have a wall here, oh, well, it's broken there, but it's clearly an afterthought, right? And I feel like in these proposals, how we're addressing the street and our neighbors needs to be sort of forefront in the design. And what I mean by that, in the landscape, addressing water, addressing what are our native plants, you know, how do we have inviting, friendly, like, I mean, if you do have a wall, can it be a bench, right? Can someone walking by have a seat on that? You know, like, how do you actually participate in the urban realm when we are upsizing from, you know, a single family residence that is probably the most intimate to a multifamily residence? And that's my concern. But I would like you guys to comment on the planters, if that's possible.
You mean comment on how they're irrigated?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, maintenance, accessibility, I guess I was thinking while we're listening to you, maybe you just explain to me, if you go back to that one image, the design thinking and project thinking of why they were placed where they are at that sort of between the first and second levels.
Excuse me, you're referring to the planners? Yes. Okay.
Can you pull up the
Can we
rendering
pull up
where
the
we're looking
image? Yes,
from the
sure.
corner?
That's good enough. We feel the planners are an integral part of our design. We truly wanted them to incorporate them because it helps us break that horizontality that comes about from the balconies and the sliders from each of the units. So we feel that interruption made up by by planners and by plants that, looks quite nice in the overall design. Evidently, that's going to go with irrigation. That's going to be automatic. It's not going to be maintained by a sole owner. And yeah, we would have to go about the details of the dripping of those particular planners in the second level, as to avoid any dripping over the main entries. That's really happening over at the other elevation by Flamingo Way. But all in all, they are an integral part of our design. We truly feel they bring about the Florida aspect of and we bring that vegetation into our buildings, and it sort of like helps us as a strategy to break that horizontality that it's inherent just because of the slab edge, just because of the balconies coming out of the social spaces or the private spaces from the bedrooms in the upper levels. We truly wanted them to be incorporated in our design. they not only come about in that second level, you see them also above in the
Right.
in
So
the
let's
uppermost
say
level.
that I buy into the idea of there are these design elements. And just to confirm, these would be sold as condos separately, or what's the intent for the
Yes.
project? Yeah.
Yes,
So-
these are intended to be individually owned.
So, sorry, if we can go back to the rendering. So you were at a good one, but next one, please. Maybe just talk through then, like, on the corner here, you know, who is, I don't have a pointer, but like the most prominent planters, like who's planting those? Clearly the owner, because they own them. How are they maintained? How do you envision that? I mean, even on the top level, we're showing the planting on the outside of the glass balcony where they just aren't accessible. So I'm really just looking into the performative, you know, criteria of these. If you want to use them as a design element, great. I think as architects in Miami, again, I'm 100% behind that, but I think they're going to fail in actually performance, right? And so they work in the rendering, but I don't think that they work in function unless
In reality.
you
I
have.
believe this is a condo association, right?
Yes.
This is a condo association, so once planted and irrigated in automatically, you know, they're going to be maintained by the association itself. It's not going to be maintained by any of the 6 owners. You know, it's not going to be planted or maintained or changed by any of the 6 owners. There's going to be an association that takes care of that.
Okay, excuse me, but I think she's concerned about the ones in the corners where they have no access. How are they
Oh, I'm
going to
sorry.
maintain them, with ladders?
That's a very good comment. That's a very good comment, and that's also linked to a comment that staff made to us. Those 2 planners that are not apparently not accessible, we're going to link them. It's going to be one continuous planner coming off that balcony, and it's just going to be a continuous. It's not going to be 2
And
of
they're
them.
going to
The one in
walk
the
over
corner.
inside the planter?
No.
I guess he's saying, how are they going to access the section of the planter that's all the way on the other side
With
Right.
from
with
the
a ladder.
balcony? It seems very.
With the ladder on the
Just from the-
balcony below.
The only way to access those planners are from balconies, you know, as you can see in the renders. The only way to access the planners are really from the balconies or from the terraces or from the windows.
I can see when there are small planters, but when you're saying you're going to tie the corner one with the balcony?
You probably need to
How are
remove
they
that.
going to provide maintenance, walking in top of the plants?
Yeah, you probably need to remove that one at the corner versus connecting it.
Yeah. So I'll just make a larger comment. I agree with the strategy. I don't agree with the implementation. And I think it's the wrong idea to suggest that the people living here can't have access to green space. Like, why are we providing these? I think it's for the individual owner. I think it can be accessed and maintained by individual owners and still have participate in the facade design. I also, just from a design standpoint, which is less important, don't agree with what you think that they're doing. And as soon as you remove one at the corner, or there are these objects that are dotted, but you dot them still in line with the horizontality of the balcony. So if it was like the whole facade just pixelated with these planters, and you're like, yes, that's the design idea, and it's very important, and someone's going to maintain that, I'd much more buy into that. But I think what you're trying to create is, again, these very thoughtful domestic spaces that look out, look in, have small private spaces, but then the green is just applied versus lived with and lived in. So that's my comment.
I'm also wondering, are any other, I'd like to move this along. Are there any other comments?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I commend you for your project. I look at it from another perspective besides design, and that's livability. And I think the garage doors don't bother me. If you put in another design of garage door, so be it. But as they stand right now, they don't bother me. I think that parking is necessary for those people that will be living and buying there, because parking on that street is either non-existent or limited, and we cannot continue in this city building without parking. So that's one. As to the landscaping, I love landscaping. But it has to be maintained. If this is going to be an association, it cannot be planted by the individual owners. Otherwise, it's going to be a mirage of God knows what. Everybody with their own taste and their own desires. And it then has to be maintained by the association once a year, together with the seed pods and the palm fronds and everything else that has to be taken off from around the area. It obviously much easier if it's accessible from the balconies for people to maintain them. Landscaping maintenance folks to maintain them. Otherwise, it would have to be from the outside with the, I don't know what you call those that come by my house that, you know, they lift you up and they trim and whatever. That's the only way it's going to have to be. I do think it's important that we have, as Orlando had mentioned, width of planters wide enough to accommodate those plants on the perimeter of the property living and prospering. But I also believe it's important to have enough space to get around the property in the cross shell that you're putting in, which is a lovely material. As far as the warm colors, I'll call it the dark gray, the black, personally, when I first saw it in several homes, single-family homes, I thought it took me back. It was the first time I was seeing it a few years back in the Middle Beach area, not in this South Beach area. They still are there, and not only did they do an accent wall or an accent balcony, it's the whole house is black, and it's 2 stories, and it's elevated, and it came before design review. So I don't know how far along it, how far back it came, but do I prefer other colors? For me personally, yes. But then again, everybody has their own taste, and as long as a board or as a city, we're okay with this new concept of these black or dark gray walls, I'll go along with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
One last comment. Andres, since you're going to be reviewing the landscape plans, the triangles of visibility are 15 by 15, not 5 by 5.
Okay.
Okay.
And they go at the, because it changes all in different cities. It goes at the right-of-way line, right? At the intersection.
It goes at the sidewalk.
Okay.
Sidewalk to the street, and urban forestry is the one that would.
No, from the sidewalk in.
Actually, Public Works reviews that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, that's where we're showing them. They just
Yeah,
need
but
to
you're
be
showing
50.
5 feet.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Does anybody want to make a motion to continue, perhaps?
I'm not hearing a motion to approve, so we think continue to the November or December?
I would say probably December, because otherwise we would need to have revised plans by Monday.
So I move to continue this application to the meeting that's tentatively scheduled for December 11th.
Yes, December 11th.
Michael, if we can work hard and relentlessly and try to get you plans by Monday, can we move forward to
I mean,
to
if you want to,
November?
if you want to give them the
Yeah.
chance.
Can I make a
Yeah.
suggestion, though? It seems like there needs to be a lot of conceptual work done to alleviate the concerns that a number of members of the board have had. I would recommend not rushing it. I mean, I understand this is a development, everybody wants everything to happen, but at least it seems to me that there are some pretty comprehensive issues.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you. That's generally our feeling.
And to make it clear for when we come back and really have a meaningful conversation internally, I do want to clarify, Shauna, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to go back and reanalyze the placement of those planters, but the intent is that this will be maintained by the association. The planters on the exterior are integral to the design of the building, and so we don't want an opportunity for people to start planting different types of plant species that aren't harmonious or wouldn't look well together. Also, we don't want the burden on the property owners to, you know, someone may love to garden, but some other owners may not be interested. And so we don't want to sacrifice the streetscape based on the will of the property owners in the future. And I think that's something that will be handled by the condo association.
Great. I think then, also I would request that the renderings that you guys share are correlated with the landscape. And I know it's hard, but all the landscape is showing, you know, just, it doesn't seem to be showing species that the landscape plan has. And I don't know, are we having a whole other conversation about the adjacent property?
Well, I was going to ask them, well, I think we should take action on this first, and we'll talk about the next application.
Okay, well, I'll just
before-
make the comment that I have the same comment on the next property where we have the cantilevering planters.
Yeah.
So
No.
if you want to continue till November, if they cannot accommodate the November meeting by submitting the documents by next Monday, they can ask for a continuance at the November meeting to the December meeting.
Fair enough. So.
Okay.
And do you feel like you have I know there was a lot of comments, do you feel like you have enough direction, especially with the landscapes? I've
So-
seen the specifics.
More or less, to tell you the truth. There's a bit of a contradictory comments regarding, especially when I hear about the gray color on the palette. You mentioned the palette. I was thinking to myself, okay, you know, we have wood slats, we have a beige tone on the smooth stucco, yet the only odd out color might be the dark gray at the bottom of the, you know, in the understory level. I was thinking to myself, perhaps if I just tone down that particular one, have it into the warmer tones as the other colors, it might be all that we need to do within the palette. You know, I wouldn't want to do like a reshuffle of the entire palette or materials within the building. But I'm thinking that might be what it does, you know, what it takes.
I think in general, between the landscape recommendations, the balcony issues, the color scheme, I think what we're saying, the garages, the walkability, is think about the context. Think about all the other, you know, again, like this is, for me at least with the palette, like this is South Beach. This is a really walkable corner. There's lots of people around. How does the bottom of the building integrate with the streetscape? How do the plants that you're choosing integrate with, you know, life in Miami Beach? That seems to be wouldn't you say?
The earth tones are just, I'm just telling you, I'm begging you, the earth tones are not South Beach. Everybody, all these buildings that were built in the 70s and 80s that were painted in these earth tones, they're all being painted whites and pastels and remember Ocean Drive was all those colors. And it really does a disservice to, it feels, it's a vapid, I grew up in Kendall in the 80s and it looks like every apartment complex that I was around.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I just don't think it fits in South Beach. Go walk the street of that neighborhood, and you'll see, I mean, there's some ugly, older buildings, but look at everything that's been freshly done, and they're all kind of crisp and white and
With
and-
colors that
and
pop.
modern, like something that, I don't know, this just is numbing. It's
And one
think they are.
question, as we have a sister project on the side of this one, would you oppose or would you concur that it looks better that they look homogeneous?
I mean, I think they're so similar that you either really contradict them to make it look like two separate projects, or you make them the same colors, because, let's face it, I mean, they're right there and they look super similar, so.
I do think it's important next time you bring renderings that show views together. It's hard to look at these separate. The plan should show the relationship of both together.
I put my
Fine.
screens next to each other is what I did.
Yeah.
I pulled
Yeah.
one up on one, and I was like, wow, they just kind of like, one looks like a tired version of
Can I
another.
ask,
or
yeah, can I ask you
faded.
guys a question in terms of from like the client and then the directive to the architect? Is it supposed to feel like one community when these are built, or is there a target clientele that's different, or?
No, not at all. Actually, when we initially approached staff, we wanted to make this one single unified development, but there are restrictions in your code in terms of unifying more than 2 lots on this area of the city. So we had to come back and do 2 separate applications. The initial design concept was basically, you know, similar townhomes on both sides. And then staff gave us the feedback, you know, since you're coming back with 2 projects, make them different and unique. And so that's what we try to achieve with some color deviations and some facade changes, but we hear you. We're gonna go lighter. I think a lighter color palette will make a light and airy feel to the walkability of this project. That mixed with more native plant species, I think would make a huge difference. And then the placement of the balconies, that's where
Yeah, I think what we're asking is for you guys to take a stance, right? We're here, we're in Miami, acknowledge the fact that you're raising it because of potential flooding, because of the water we get, because of the climate, right? So, and I don't want to contradict staff's recommendations, but I would say when you present to us next time, show us it one community development and like, yeah, it's different properties or whatever, but how do people live in the space? I mean, I would be completely fine with acknowledging it's actually going to get built all at once. It's the same clientele. Let it be different. Let it feel like Miami.
That makes my job easier too, and I'm sure the
I just
architects.
have to
So
say,
what we'll
just,
do.
just one thing just to know, where staff's concern is that then you have an entire development all along Bay Road that has the same design. And the purpose of having the different designs is so it doesn't appear as like one long building, for that
And
block.
Michael,
Yeah, but one good design is better than two kind of
Agreed.
like not so
But
good design.
Michael,
I mean,
they will be separated because
Well, you
there's
have to, yes.
setbacks,
Yeah, that's
right? So
clearly-
you avoid the issue of having a very long building that would otherwise occur if you unify the lots.
Yeah.
And they did a great job of not having all the same in a row. So
Right,
it,
right.
I
you
think we
guys did
should
a great
talk
job with
about-
that. Like, I hate that this has been so critical
Yeah,
because.
I think we should talk about the next one separately, and then maybe we can address that question of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think
okay.
we need a second on the motion for continuance till November.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's approved, 7-0, continue to November 13th. Now, in light of the discussion we had here, do you guys want to ask for a continuance to the next application as well to the November meeting?
Correct.
So can I get a motion to continue the next application?
Does that
to
mean we
November
can't
13th?
make any more comments or?
Well, if you want to,
Yeah, I mean,
I think we have two issues, so either we take a break for lunch and come back and hear the application, or we review it right now, but we don't have a lot of time. If we take the next application, it's going to be after lunch.
Michael, I think based on the fact that the next application is very similar to the one we just discussed, the comments may apply to the second one as well and
Yeah,
not
Sean,
have
if you
them.
have any different comments that you want to
Yeah,
give to the next
I think if we
application.
can just look at it briefly, we can.
Yeah, I think we need to look
say-
at it briefly.
We can't,
Yeah.
well, we can't, if we're going to look at it, then we need to take
I
a
won't
break.
do a full presentation. We'll just look at the renderings and you
But
give
no,
us your
we need
thoughts.
to break for lunch and come back, because we only have the lunchroom for a certain amount of time.
Oh, okay.
So we either continue with this application now, or else,
I think it's in your best interest if we take a break for lunch and then come back and discuss the next project. I think that'll streamline it for the next round, so that anything that might have been overlooked during the previous discussion, we don't have to then continue it again. So
Agreed.
Okay, so let's break for lunch. And
We'll come
be
back at 10
for
minutes to
30
1.
minutes at 10 to 1.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon. We are back with the DRB meeting, October 11th. We are moving on to our next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 23-0946, 1425 Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story townhome project, including one or more waivers and a front setback variance on a vacant lot.
So I would suggest, if the applicant wants to give just a brief presentation and the board wants to provide comments, and then, but after the brief presentation, we'll ask for public comment and then go to board comments.
Right. And before we proceed, I would like to ask the board whether you received any ex parte communications about this particular case. No? All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Vanessa Madrid with the law firm of Holland and Knight at 701 Brickell Avenue. Again, with me today is the architect, Jose Gaviria, and the landscape architect. We are here to present to you the companion application for 1425 Bay Road. There we go. So this property is immediately adjacent to the south of the prior application we discussed. It's a 0.13 acre parcel of land, so it's about half the size. The zoning and land use are also RM1, and we are proposing a 4-unit townhome project on this property, which will require a garage clearance height waiver and a variance of the front setback. To give you a little bit of background information, as you may recall, I told you when we initially proposed this project to staff, we wanted to do it as a unified development on both properties, and that would have avoided the need for a setback variance. But because this had to be its own standalone project, we are requiring a front setback variance to be able to develop the site accordingly. But we're doing it being respective to the rear setback without, intruding onto our neighboring property, still providing enough of a separation between the building and the public right-of-way. And it's also in line with the kind of setbacks you see on that side of the block. So it's totally appropriate. And we need to keep in mind the size limitations we have with this lot. It's a very narrow property on a corner parcel, creating our front on the Bay Road frontage. This is a rendering of the project. Again, we try to make it distinctive to the neighboring site, just to make it clear that there were 2 separate projects, but we can discuss how you want us to address that. This is the particular location, so the 2 projects along Bay Road would be seen cohesively. And I'll let the architect talk you through the design.
In this particular case, this is a 4 townhouse unit or 4 units. They're all very much similar, side by side. And they are evidently oriented towards the west to Bay Road. On the ground level, we have the access for the garage cars, 2 cars, 2 parking spots per unit. There's a foyer which is elevated more or less 3 feet from the grade level. And then the first level on the right-hand side has all the social areas, kitchen, dining, and living. The next level has 3 bedrooms on each of the units. There's a pneumatic elevator surrounded by the staircase, which is connecting all the levels. And finally, on the 3rd level, there is a study social area which leads up to the terrace, where there's an open terrace, a set of steps that leads up into the planche pool. They are very much similar. This is more or less 2,500 square feet per unit. This is the roof level. These are the sections. Again, we're also requesting a waiver for the height clearance in the garage to be lowered to 10 feet from 12, based on the base floor elevation +1. These are the elevations, rear elevations, front elevation looking at Bay Road. And again, just as the previous project, we have this palette of materials which essentially range from wood slats identifying the entrances of the units, a clearer white stucco, smooth stucco as a backdrop. We have all this transparency provided by these sliders and the windows, and then this horizontality marked up by the terraces and the planters on the second and the third levels. This is the back elevation, also showing the same display of materials on the back side, and we're always trying to, come up with this darker grayish color on the understory level, essentially to try to make it disappear somewhat evidently by the addition of the lush landscape, which I'm going to let Mr. Montero tell us about a little bit of the landscape.
Good afternoon. Similar to the previous project, in this one we also have a small retaining wall on all four sides of the property. It's only interrupted at the driveway, crossing, and the walkway leading into the unit. I guess based on previous comments, we'll have to look at the mitigation table, make sure we comply with all the requirements. Again, similar to the other project, we have to raise the grounds in this property, so we unfortunately have to remove all the existing trees. We're keeping two live oaks that are existing in the right of way, the big circles that you see on the left hand side, and we're using over 60% of the plant material is South Florida native and drought tolerant. We're using kind of the same plant palette as the previous project, the project to the north, to make them work, blend in. And on our north boundary, we're matching what we're proposing on the project to the north at the south end. So it's going to be a staggered group of slender trunk palms to create that big privacy buffer around the property. Thank you.
Okay, so going back to the setback variance request, we're proposing 16 feet where 20 feet is required, so it's a 4-foot variance. I drove by, and you can clearly see from this aerial that the houses, especially on the mid-block and towards the east side of the block, have a similar setback. This is a narrow corner parcel, as I was explaining. It's 60 feet in width by 100 feet in depth, and a typical corner lot would count with a width of 100 feet or up to 115, which is not available to us here. So that's the reasoning for the setback variance, is just the size and dimensional challenges that come with the location and size of the lot. And because I know this is a similar project, I'm just going to jump over to the renderings so you can see what we were trying to achieve here with the lighter color palette, but more of a contrast, less warm. So if this is a color palette that you're more inclined to accept, we'd be happy to make the changes. Of course, eliminating the darker shades on the ground floor. And this one, Shauna, to your comments, does show less planters on the second level. So if we do eliminate the planters on the corner for the prior project, this gives you an idea of what it would look like, which I think is nice. Here's another perspective. And there's lots of glazing on all floors, except for the garage elevation, which we can include windows, as staff suggested. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, and we're going to hear your comments.
Thank you very much. Anybody online to speak?
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm going to close the public portion of the presentation. Because we addressed some of these issues before, I just wanted to quickly go over, so I would say the same comments apply about what seems like the plunge pools, am I reading that correctly?
Yep.
And the native landscape, or, something more related to Miami-style landscaping, exploring possibly a different palette, the garage issue. Does anybody else want to start with any of the other details? Scott?
I'll just add that I concur with staff in their direction of not making both buildings, both projects the same, but having them blend with each other. I like that idea rather than seeing the same thing in a continuous row.
I agree. Scott?
So on this project, I have two issues that are different with a setback. So here's the deal. These are one-car garages, and they're two-car garages?
Yeah, they're tandem car garages.
Tandem,
Yeah.
front to back.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen, whether you like it or not, is cars are going to park on the driveway. And the driveway is 16 feet from,
The front is actually what you perceive as the side.
okay.
Or the
So-
side
How
is
long is the driveway?
20.
20.
The driveways are 20
On
feet.
on the side, so the side that we're treating as our main frontage, because it's
Okay.
the longest side,
Okay.
it's actually, by the code, considered a side setback.
Okay,
So
so
the
the
front is
driveways are
just-
20 feet?
Yes.
So if you go to the very front page, the other thing I was going to say, that one. So those garages are tandem garages, right? The middle garage, you have the driveway narrowing, and so what's going to happen is nobody can really park a car like that without blocking the whole neighbor. So I understand the need for more green space, but by sharing that one driveway and making it narrower, you're actually taking away, let's face it, 2 parking spaces that are going to be used.
You're right.
And I'm really opposed to that because I think you're just creating strife for neighbors. People are going to need, they're going to want, they're going to need, they're going to really crave that as a parking space in front of those garages. So I would just say, and I'm a green space person, but like, let's be realistic. I think you need to have 2 fully accessible driveways so cars can stop outside next to each other in that middle thing. And other than that, I'm good, because I was worried that at 16 feet, you can't park a car without hanging the sidewalk, and we see that all over the city, and it makes me crazy.
Can I just add a comment to that?
It's on the side.
So that would require a variance because the code does not allow you to park in RM1 district within the yard. So if they were to park a car within the front, that would require another variance that they would have to advertise if they wish to park in that area.
They're gonna do it, let's face it.
Well,
Let's
They probably
face
will,
it.
but they should ask for that variance. And our concern with having more curb cuts is just that, impact along the street. So we thought it was good to combine the driveway, but I understand your concern, Scott.
Michael, does it also cut back on the pervious area in the front or on the side there? And make
Yeah,
it not be in compliance with the pervious area?
I think they have enough room because the building is set back more than what's required. So
Okay.
I think even by adding that, if the board wants to add that, they would be compliant with the pervious requirements.
That would just be my thing, whether it's code or not, they're gonna use it, and if one stops, it's gonna block the other driveway, and it's just annoying. That's all, the rest of it, I'm glad.
Yeah, another one of our concerns, and I understand, I hear your comment about the shared driveway. So we didn't want to have to remove an existing oak tree that's it's in the right of way. It's right in front of the second unit.
Yes. I noticed that's the only case where
Yeah.
you wouldn't be able to do that. This one.
Yeah, that's why we also, we were also combining the,
But you could do it in the rest of them.
yeah, it's only one here. in
Only
this-
one.
in
If you
this
could
case.
widen the one side to make, if you could possibly make 2 cars and then give enough room to pull in and out of there. But that's, listen, I'm not going to live there, but I just think it's one of those things that,
It will happen.
yeah.
There's no need to expand the other ones. The ones at the edges.
Yeah, they're
there's-
fine.
Yeah.
They're only leading into a single unit.
Those are fine, it's that
So
middle
there's no
one,
need to
yeah.
do that on the.
As far as I'm concerned, the same comments from the other apply, except that I would remove, you have an excess of street trees. So I would remove the one crepe myrtle which is under the 2 oaks, and let the 2 oaks grow instead of the crepe myrtle growing into the oaks.
Okay.
I just want to reiterate the comment again that I was starting to say at the end of our last session, that I do think that acknowledging the 2 developments as one, even though they are separate from a design lens, is helpful. So if you can have a site plan that shows the relationship between the 2 developments, I don't know the technicality of, if you still have to have retaining walls, because when it's going through all the review, this is one site with boundaries and everything will have to be preserved, but it would be great to acknowledge whatever the green space is between the 2 structures, because there's setbacks and stuff on the property lines, and think about when you're looking at the landscape, understanding that as a shared space, and can it contribute to the development as a whole?
Unfortunately, they would have to be treated separately. The condominium paperwork would have to be separate as well, because we can't unify the development.
Right, well, let me put, there's paperwork, there's boundary, there's paper, and then there's how it's used, right? So like, I've lived in a condo development where, there was a series of buildings developed, and the green space, 20 feet between the buildings technically belonged to, let's say, 720 North 4th Avenue, but clearly it was an amenity that 710 and 720 shared, because it had sidewalks, it had plantings, it had whatever, right? So like, it's part of that community realm. You guys are creating a community here with this development, and I just, it would be nice to see and understand the vision of how that would be used. I mean, I don't think that you're creating a space where one property will never speak to the other, right? Like,
Yeah.
how can you follow all the rules that are necessary for code, but also have a vision that it's integrated into the public realm within itself?
And you could have a shared green space there, that's not a problem, and eliminate a property wall in between those 2, elevate the yard, as long as you don't have, structures going across or walkways going across, but you can definitely have an integrated green space between the buildings.
I guess I think, Miami Beach has a design review board as a conscious reason to think about how are we transforming our urbanism, right? And you guys are making a big move here, and not only to blend into the existing urban context, but even the community that you're creating. I think it's very thoughtful in several moments, and I'm just asking for that thoughtfulness to complete, and to reach into the urban context as well.
Seda. Any other, do you want to have a comment, Jason?
Yeah, I'll address the variance request. I concur with staff's analysis that because the lot is only 100 feet deep, whereas RM1 lots typically have a depth of 105 to 115 feet, that presents a practical difficulty warranting a relatively small 4-foot reduction of the front setback. And I'd also note that, that the setback reduction is mitigated by increases in the other setbacks. And for those reasons, I do support the variance request.
I would just like to add, I do think that this one for me, this one seems, at least the color-wise also, as a bit of an improvement. Question, the sections that I guess are this sort of dark gray, it looks like there's a texture on them. It's the vertical lines and then the fin. Is that just painted? Because on the rendering it shows a texture. What
No.
material is that?
No, that's wood slats.
But they're just grayish wood as opposed
Yes. Yes.
to. Okay. One of the thoughts that I had, you have a lot of, you have details that are very subtle. The dividers between the units, especially, it comes up. I don't know if that's something that you would maybe want to enhance. Like, you can barely notice that. Maybe that's something to get a little bit more unique interest out of these, extending the verticals and the diagonals that separate the buildings. One of my first impressions overall, I know that these are townhouses, but in this configuration, I feel like it's neither horizontal nor vertical. There's a lot going on with lots of different lines, and I would say to, either make it, before I'd heard you explain that you wanted them to read as individual townhouses, my initial comment was going to be to connect the balconies more, so that it reads as horizontal. But if you want it to read as vertical, maybe think about how are you going to highlight that a little bit more. Because like I said, right now, it seems to be neither here nor there.
Well, the intent is really to have to accentuate the horizontality based on the fact that we have 3 or 4 separate levels, and we do want that to be acknowledged in the design intent. Yet, wherever there is a break because of the units, because of the entry to the units, we'd like that special material, which is the wood slats, to go all the way up, break that horizontality on purpose, as part of the design intent, break it all together and go all the way up and interrupt it to the, to the terrace level where there is a slant and it goes back, That's a design intent. I thought it was showing in the renders kind of like, powerful. We do like to play with that duality horizontally, have that intent to visually be, oriented towards a horizontality order, but yet you always go and break it to identify each of the units' entrances. So we like to play with that duality, and I thought it was very clear when we see that render, we put the best material, which is the wood slats, the nicest material, the ones that stands out on top of the others, in order to reaffirm that verticality. If anything, that was the design intent.
So I would say if you're wanting to, because right now I can start to see it a little bit, but if you want to emphasize the verticality, I think you could emphasize it more. Because there's a lot going on. You have the glass balconies, you have the slab overhang, you have the wood on top, you have the mullions. There's a lot of horizontal and vertical details, and I think that if you do want to emphasize the verticality, then maybe there needs to be a bolder statement to do that, and maybe all that means is that the vertical just needs to be a little bit wider, or maybe it needs to be a bolder material or something like that. I think it's a little bit of a small change, but at least now maybe also because there's so many different types of materials creating the horizontal elements, the glass, the greener, the vegetation, the concrete, there's a lot that's drawing my eye away from the vertical towards the horizontal. Right now they're competing, but maybe not in the most effective way. So for me, it looks like they're competing in a way that just makes it seem a little bit busy, which doesn't seem to be your intent.
Can I add a comment to that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with those, and I've been thinking about, it's up to you guys if you choose to tie the two projects together or not, but the planters appear on this project in the same way that they did on the other one, and they're in conflict. I also noticed the vertical lines on the other, but you were saying you wanted the planters to enforce this horizontality. But the way that you address the green, which I agree, vegetation is part of your design at the top level, where it's not these big planters, but really these maybe built-out ledges. If you were perhaps to do that at the lower levels as well and remove those bulky planters, then the vertical lines read clear and the green is what reads clear, but through in terms of your design and not the planters. And then I also agree it's maybe more easily one system to maintain. They're continuous, and it feels, and that could be this language that ties the two projects together in a subtle way.
Yeah, I think overall, it's just a matter of little tweaks. I think that's a great idea to put the green lower as opposed to closer to the top. Any other comments? Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
Just
Oh,
want to
sorry.
clarify, I think, Shauna, if I understood correctly, because I heard two different things. She was saying to add the ledge at the second level as well, to eliminate the planters, but still keep the green as an integral part of the design.
Yes, that's what I was saying. And you could do that
So we would have
in
green
both
on
designs.
both levels.
But it's more subtle, and I think in terms of a material, the wood, and then you have two different colors of wood or types of wood or species on the two different projects that are the vertical divides between the condos. They are also a unifying element, and you may choose to make colors match or not match, but then the green is still integral but subtle, and it's just the vegetation that's coming through.
Sure.
So I'll make a motion that we continue this DRB application for the November meeting, taking into account the comments made for this application as well as the one in the previously. And then if you feel you won't be ready for November, then it can be continued for December.
Second.
I second.
The second was by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 23-0928, 600 to 650 72nd Street, 7116, 7134 Carlisle Ave, 7121 Dickens Avenue, and 601, 621 71st Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 19-story mixed-use development, including one or more waivers and variances from the minimum required depth for the ground floor habitable space along both 72nd Street and Dickens Avenue, a variance from the minimum required interior side tower setback, a variance from the maximum width of a driveway access on Dickens Avenue, and a variance from the minimum width for a two-way drive. This project is proposed to take place in 2 phases as a phased development project.
And before we proceed, I would like to inquire whether the board members received any ex parte communications about this case? No? All right. And I see some new faces. Has anyone here hasn't been sworn in yet and just came after we started this meeting at 9:20? All right, okay, yeah. Then I'll just go ahead and swear in anyone who hasn't been here at the morning swearing-in session. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Before I turn it over to Mr. Wastrom, I just want to give a brief overview of the site and what the applicant is requesting. So this includes nearly the entire block between 71st and 72nd Street and between Dickens Avenue and Carlisle Avenue, with the exception of one parcel, which is 7125 Dickens Avenue. The applicant's proposing a phased development. Phase 1 includes everything north of the notched out parcel, north and east of that parcel, as part of Phase 1. Phase 2, which includes the existing Navarro Pharmacy at the southwest corner and the parking lot to the north of that, that will be developed as part of Phase 2, removed, and a new building will be constructed there to replace the pharmacy and replace the parking lot. And also that'll include removal of the access that's provided between Phase 1, or part of Phase 1, between Dickens Avenue and Carlisle. Now, as part of the town center, the TCC district, it does have a provision whereby if you have a property that has a long-term lease, to allow phasing of a project so that lease can continue until it expires. In this case, that termination is not too far in the future, so we have no objection to that two-phase development where the through access between Carlisle and Dickens is removed as part of Phase 2. We are supportive of the 4 variances, the 4 waivers and the 5 variances. And this is partly due, or in large part due, to the notch out of the parcel at 7125 Dickens Avenue. We do have one condition that we're asking as part of any approval, is that the loading area, which is to the north and to the east of the existing building on the site, which is not part of the development, we're asking that that be fully enclosed to mitigate any noise and impacts on the loading area to that adjacent 2-story building. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wasserman.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, members of the board. Ethan Wasserman with Greenbrook Charg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. Our entire team is here this morning, representatives from ownership, our traffic engineer, project architect, and landscape architect to answer any questions you have. So I will give a brief overview of the project, the waivers and variances, and then I'll turn it over to Ray to give a design presentation. So I believe it's always important to show the context of the neighborhood we're in when looking at these projects. As you can see in this image, we're in the northwest quadrant of the Town Center Central Core zoning district. That's an intense zoning district created many years ago by referendum. And there have been many projects that have come before you all in the past couple of years as a result of this legislation. So when looking at this aerial, it's very clear to see that to our north is an incredible North Shore Park. I've spent many Sundays there, Thursdays, Danny Berry Baseball League, I know it well. There's actually a parking lot in between our property and the park, but I think you all know the park. To our west is Dickens Avenue and Community Church. To our south is 71st Street, and south of that is an approved project that will hopefully come out of the ground soon. And to our east is the post office, as well as one of the first projects to be built in the town center. So turning to the new construction, I just want to rattle through some of the quick data points that I think are relevant. From a density perspective, we're proposing 125 units on over an acre and a half. So we're allowed to build up to almost 235 units. So we're coming in just a little over half of our allowable density. As a sidebar, none of these units are co-living or micro units. I know that's been a topic of discussion on other projects. We do not have any of those in this case. And I would say the reason we're under our max density is we feel that this product mix is a complement to some of the other projects that have been approved in the district that have the smaller sized units. Our units are relatively large. Turning to parking, we are fully parked on site, so residents don't need to circle the block. Currently, there's multifamily residential on the block with not a lot of surface parking, so those unit owners generally search the neighborhood. We are fully parked on site. I would also add that we're over-parked. We are providing more than the zoning required parking. I know that was a concern raised to staff, and staff addressed that, but I wanted to make that clear for the record. From a setback perspective, we are providing more setbacks than required. So on the north on 72nd Street, you're required to have a minimum of 5 feet. We're providing 10 feet. And on Dickens Avenue, you're required to have 10 feet. We're providing 20 feet. So we've pushed our building back more than required. As Michael mentioned, we are reserving FAR for Phase 2. So when it comes to Phase 1, what we're building right now, it's under the max floor area allowed. When it comes to height, as this board knows and staff has likely explained on many other projects, the town center regulations allow up to 220 feet in height for certain parcels, for certain projects, and we qualify into that category. We're north of 71st Street, and we've assembled enough land that we're able to build up to that height. In this image, you can see the existing conditions showing height in this neighborhood. This image does not show the currently approved projects or the neighbor that's coming out of the ground right now, but I felt it's important to see visibly the context of the area. So when approaching this project from a design perspective, and Ray will explain this better than I can, one of the major driving force on a lot of the decisions we made was the notch-out parcel in the middle on Dickens Avenue. This is a non-conforming two-story structure. The reason I say it's non-conforming is because you couldn't build that product today. It doesn't meet certain of the technical requirements. Town center regs are form-based. The code kind of tells you what you have to build. It's a little bit different than elsewhere in the city. So you have to have a minimum of 35 feet. You have to have build to 90% of your frontage. You couldn't have the surface parking in front of your building. Those are just a couple of examples. But the notch-out clearly creates a severe design restriction that needed to be addressed. Under Florida case law, restrictive lot dimensions have created hardships in many cases, whether it's a triangle lot, an irregular shaped lot, or a non-conforming lot. we feel the hardships here justify the waivers and variances that we're requesting, as does your professional staff in your staff report. But to take a step back from that, separate and apart from the legal analysis on hardship and practical difficulties, these waivers and variances actually allow for a better project from a public perspective, and I'll explain why. Turning to the driveways, there's a bunch of related waivers and variances relating to the driveways. Our driveway design is intended to help from a traffic safety perspective and allow us to dissipate our trips throughout the site. So the code, if you look at the town center code, the code wants you to cluster your loading and vehicular access in one location. And everybody agrees that would create a bottleneck issue here and create traffic backups on the abutting right-of-way. So what do? From an access perspective, we have three things. We have a dedicated ramp to the upper level. So for the 125 units, there's one access way for that. Our loading is on Dickens, and it's a dedicated loading with the dockmaster. In the town center regs, there are hours restrictions, so that loading is not going to be used during peak hours. So that's a limited use loading area. And then we have an internal drop-off and valet area. A lot of times on most projects, you'll see that on the public right-of-way. We've internalized that, and that's on our side of the property. So there will be no impact on the public realm from that. This determination is supported by our traffic engineers, the city's transportation department, as well as the city's outside consultants. So that's three expert opinions that have addressed that. Now, as a companion to the driveway design, the town center has minimum habitable depth requirements along frontages and different requirements. We are providing the minimum habitable depth on 71st Street, on Carlisle, on most of Dickens, and most of 72nd. Because of the driveway placements, we need limited relief on the northeast corner, as well as on the west on Dickens. And when discussing this issue with staff, I want to remind the board, part of the trade-off is instead of privatizing that area and adding more square footage inside the building, that is where we have the additional setback in the public realm. And staff felt that was an appropriate balance that satisfies the intent of the code in the public's favor. Now, turning to the tower setback, the last of our relief, this was a strategic design feature, knowing that the neighbor, the notch out, is not allowed to build in a tower design. Because of their lot width, we have 30-foot side setbacks. They can never go vertical above 75 feet in height. At the ground floor, the podium level up to 55 feet, we are allowed to have a 0-foot setback all around. We did not do that intentionally. On our south, we're showing no construction. There's no podium and there's no tower. On our east, we have no tower, and we've set back the building 8.5 feet as opposed to 0 feet. And then on the north, we're showing no setback. We were showing a 20-foot setback at the ground level going up to the podium, and then we go vertical at that location for the tower. We felt that was the right design. It allows open air from the west, the south, and the east, and I believe staff supported that as well because that's the right trade-off. I'll turn it over to Ray, but I just want to respond. Michael's suggestion, we have no objection to it. We thought the original design was to have it open air. It kept more spacing, but staff felt, and I think it was one of the comments we received, we'd like to enclose that loading area from a sound attenuation perspective and keep a little buffer. So we have no objection to making that revision. Thank you. Let me turn it over to Ray, and then I'd like to close for 1 minute when he's done. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Fort with Architectonica. Okay, maybe where I'll start is actually the ground floor and describe visually what are some of the items that Ethan just mentioned, and just overall tell you the workings and planning behind the design of the project. Does this have a pointer on it or no?
You can just take the microphone and stand in front and point.
Great. Okay, so overall, I'm just going to start with one of the upper floors just to give you the overall placement of everything on the project. Can you hear me okay with this? Okay. So north is oriented up on the page. 72nd Street is here. We have Dickens and Carlisle. Dickens is a Class B, 72nd Class A, and Carlisle Class C street. 72 Park is the tower that's currently topped off and to the east of us, and that one's actually adjusted to the western side of the lot, and it has a similar open condition on top of the podium that we have proposed on this site. And so effectively what we're proposing today is an L-shaped building in that we have the podium, which only occupies the lower levels on the Carlisle side of the project, and then we have the main residential portion of the building, which is on the northwest corner. Something that I'll just point out also contextually for Town Center is that the site is located at the northwest corner of Town Center. And Town Center is this compact, mixed-use neighborhood that is well on its way to becoming exactly what it set out to be at the beginning when it went through its entire planning process and rezoning process. That's quite exciting to see that it's all being executed with the projects that originally came with it a couple of years ago. So jumping back down to the ground floor, we've placed the lobby of the project on the corner of Carlisle and 72nd Street. It's a double height lobby, and it has a valet amenity as a drop-off. The garage is self-park, so it really is an amenity to the building. We are over-parked, as Ethan mentioned, so there's not any obligation for cars to come through here and valet and put their car up into the garage. They could just go directly into the garage using this entrance that's just behind the retail off of 71st Street. The garage entrance to the project to the east is also off of Carlisle. So it started to make sense that we used Carlisle as a compatible street for parking, garage access, and even the drop-off zone. There is a through street that is to remain for now because of the existing building that needs to remain on the corner of Dickens and 71st Street. We do have an alternative plan for that for the remaining 14,000 square feet that we've left for the development of that site when it eventually comes. And when that happens, actually this curb cut goes away. So we don't need to have this street here eventually, and it would just be the drop-off and the garage entrance. So we've planned for that future possibility when that occurs. In terms of loading, it's off of Dickens and it has its own entrance and it's completely internalized. We're not using any maneuvering on the street. And then there's additional retail that wraps the corner from 72nd to Dickens Avenue. So we've lined all the frontages with retail where possible, but prioritizing 72nd and 71st Street. I think that generally covers the ground floor. It should be noted that these units are larger, and we are proposing a number of private elevators to each of the units. Semi-private, in which you're sharing the elevator with someone in your same line, but you're walking directly into your unit, and it's not a common corridor. So as we move up into the building, you can start to see the double height spaces to the retail and lobbies, and the garage is lined on the north and on the south. We have units that will be able to face the park and face the canal and the really spectacular view also to the southwest. And as we move up in the building, we arrive to the amenity deck, which is very large, and we have this amazing pool, which potentially has, I think we have this beach entry component to it, and really feels like you have something substantial on that level. We have a couple of sports courts to the south side, and the full floor of amenity located here. One thing you'll note is the balcony line that as I take you up in the building, it's one of the features of the building that I think defines its not only form and minimalist sort of design, but the depth of these balconies is something quite special, in that we have 10-foot deep balconies on the north and south, and we have 15-foot deep balconies at its deepest point on the east and west. So this is a really spectacular building for outdoor living, and we felt that was the main feature, and we wanted to emphasize that through its design and keep the purity of the building as part of its overall design aesthetic. The units get larger as we go up into the building until we arrive to 4 penthouse units per floor that each have access to rooftop pools. And then when we start to look at this in elevation, we have the tower that is on the north side of the project, and then we have the garage, which is screened with a combination of engineered wood and these projecting frames that have very silver and almost reflective like mesh that screen the elements of the garage. There's also this eyebrow that projects at the retail level, creating this covered outdoor walkway, which we feel is a very nice feature for retail experience, especially Miami Beach. And this is without an arcade. An arcade typically has the columns that come down, and it blocks the visibility into the retail shops. But with the cantilevered eyebrow, you get the best of both worlds, because you have protection from the elements and you have visibility into the stores. And it also matches the height of what's happening on the building to the east. So we'll have this continuous retail experience along 72nd Street. And with the completion of the third block that is also planned to the further east of that, we'll have essentially a promenade that occurs on the south end of 72nd Street. So it's really nice to see how this is all coming together. So here you see a rendering of the proposed building, and we have the massing of the building project to the east as well. When we look at it from a ground level experience, this is a view from Dickens and the corner of 72nd. We have retail off the corner. But one of the details that we wanted to implement here that's special to the project is not just the size of the balconies, but the detailing on the slab edge. We're proposing a rounded, can I just?
Wait, how much time do you need?
Just
how much more time?
One more minute is okay? And then we have a rounded slab edge detail that makes this a very smooth curvature and softens that edge. So not only do we have the rounded element in plan, but we wanted to give it that same profile in section and in elevation. The dividers between the units stop short of the ceiling and also has that rounded detail. This is a view from Carlisle and 72nd, and you can see the garage screening elements with the wood, the frame that projects slightly from the engineered wood facade, and then the silver metal mesh that screens the garage components. And I'll leave it at that. That's the end of the presentation.
I'll just briefly close. Thank you, Ray. I want to thank staff for working with us. There were a few iterations of this project. This was a complicated project to design around. There were many conflicting features internally. But we appreciate staff support, which you all know is substantial competent evidence for you to rely on to approve this project. We agree with all staff's conditions, except I'd ask for a slight revision to one of them. It's condition F1M. That condition basically says that lighting on the podium and the rooftop can only be as high as the parapet. We'd like the flexibility that if there's wall lighting or some other lighting that's higher than the parapet, that staff has the ability to review and approve that through our photometric plan at time of permitting versus having to come back before the board for that limited feature. So we would just like staff to have the ability to review that as they always do in every other project. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm about to open up. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Ethan, if you could, other people and then us?
Yeah, public comment first.
Okay.
Yes,
I'll
okay.
wait.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd now like to open up for public comment. How do we, do you want to come up?
Hi, how are you? Sorry, my voice is a little bit hoarse. Can you hear me okay? Okay. This is Adam Dash. He's a unit owner in the adjacent building on Dickens, directly facing what would be the proposed, where the dumpsters and the trash dumpsters and the loading docks are going to be located. He is opposing the proposed variance. I would like to cite to some of the case law.
Which one? Which variance? There's 5 of them.
In the back, the one adjoining, if you look at the adjoining building of 7125 Dickens Avenue. I can show you on the map right here.
I think it's.
Right.
Variance 5.
Michael, can we bring up the presentation, so?
I would let her comment first, Because
Okay,
there's
so-
several variances that are related to the site,
Okay.
size of the site, including the setback of the tower. There's some waivers for the driveway variance, but I would let her
Okay.
continue with her comments first, and then if we want to
Okay,
bring up
look
the
and
plans
see.
to reference, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Right, right. Right, okay, thank you. So I do want to cite, I know we went over some of the, Mr. Wasserman addressed some of the case law on the variances, and we do have some distinguishable case law. In fact, one involving the City of Miami-Dade, Elwin versus the City of Miami. One who purchases property while is in a known certain zoning classification ordinarily will not be heard to claim as a hardship a factor or factors which existed at the time he acquired the property. A self-imposed or self-acquired hardship, such as by purchasing property under existing zoning and then applying later for a variance, is not the kind of hardship for which a variance should be granted. It's my client's position that
Is
where
that-
the,
I'm sorry, is that what they're doing? Are they asserting a hardship based upon the zone, or are they asserting a hardship based upon the shape of the property?
Self-created it. They self-created the issue of the variance that directly affects our apartment.
By buying the property?
Not by buying the property, by their plans. The plans that they created on that variance directly affects the front door of the 6 unit.
Can you speak up to the mic closer so we can?
The six unit holders, which is, I'm one of them, I'm the only one that could show because everybody else is either working or they work at night and they sleep, so I took it upon myself to come here. These units are 600 square foot units. They've been there for 20, 30 years, the people there. And the loading docks and the trash are directly facing the front doors of these unit holders, so, which is directly gonna affect the value of this building. For rental, for peace of mind, for quiet enjoyment, to enjoy their home. Not only is it gonna smell, but we're gonna hear beep, beep, beep all day long. People are, there's one or two retirees there. I mean, they're there all day, and this is what they're gonna hear for the next, till the end of time. So we're opposing where the loading docks, which are literally facing the front doors of our units, as well as the trash. And that variance withins, they need that variance for the loading docks. And they've created this, and we're opposing it. It's creating a problem for us.
Thank you very much.
right, I think what my client is trying to say is that there's a substantial negative. Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Please,
I'm not
thank
the
you very
best
much. You had to.
messenger.
We understand what you're trying to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Just wanna,
Can
you know,
you confirm
the-
they
the-
live
there
at
was-
7125 Dickens? Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
exactly. And
Yeah.
the other issue is that out of good faith, we haven't had any, I've reached out to the Lefferts group, trying to see if we could work something out. And in my opinion, I would like to see them help us try to see if we can come together and make it a better, I guess, a better project for the block, you know?
Yeah.
And I've pushed out to see if we could do something, and they haven't done it yet. They haven't reciprocated.
We understand. Thank you very much for your comment. We will take it into consideration during our
Okay,
discussion.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
We do have several callers online, so I think before turning it back over to
Absolutely.
Ethan for
Let's hear what
rebuttal,
they have to say.
let's go with the next caller, whose 4 digits end in 6609. Hello, caller, are you there? That person went away. Or maybe, are you there? Caller 6609?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon to all. My name is Mickey Menagori. I live at 1065 Fairway Drive.
Oh, hi, Mickey.
Miami Beach in,
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mickey, just a second.
Here.
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need to swear you in before you proceed with your presentation, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony...
What do you need from me?
Oh, I just need to swear you in before you continue with your presentation. Do you
Yes,
swear?
do I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes,
Mickey,
yes, I do.
do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Yes, good afternoon again, and sorry for the confusion there. My name is Mickey Menagori. I live at 1065 Fairway Drive, Miami Beach, Florida. My daughters also, we all live in North Beach, and we have been living here for, 15, 20 years, and we love living in North Beach. I was the president of the HOA at Normandy Shores here, and, we've had owned businesses on 71st Street, and because of the lack of support in the community, we spent a lot of money, but we had to close the businesses down. We love the area that we live in, and I have also been with the city of Miami in a capacity serving as a city manager for a little while. So I've seen a lot of projects before me that are good projects and others that are not compatible with what the environment requires. I'm really concerned with North Beach and the fact that we have not had a lot of good development, and it's always been a lot of old buildings. And I think this new project, based on the quality that I saw of what they have already done and the fact that these are people who actually live in Miami Beach, some of these developers, are going to create some really quality products that are going to bring in a new vibe. They're going to bring in the people that we need so that our retailers, also decide to update their look and be more competitive with other areas. And they don't have to leave North Beach to find a good restaurant, to find a good place to shop. So I am in complete support of this project. I've looked at it in many different ways, and I think this is going to add an incredible amount of new possibilities for people to live in, which they need because of the units that they're going to build. They're going to be quality units, but also to improve the quality of life for all of us now that we have a CRA and we have a master plan that we worked so many years to get it. So it's been very well thought out, and we're 100% behind the project, and we hope that you guys find a way. And by the way, I was very impressed with the entire design review board and all their comments. I've been online for 2 hours listening, and I'm very impressed with the new people we have there and a lot of the things you're saying, because you're very qualified and your comments are very true to point. So please try to help this group make this happen, and so we can move forward and make North Beach a remarkable place to live again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mickey. Our next caller is Rudy Perez.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, Rudy. Hi. Before you proceed with your presentation, I would like to swear you in, please.
Yes?
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Betsy Perez, and I'm a long-term resident of Miami Beach, primarily in the North Beach area. I served as a member of the Mayor's Master Plan and Steering Committee. I sat through hundreds of hours of community meetings regarding this particular area, the North Beach Town Center. I'm also a current member of the North Beach CRA Committee, and I wanted to express my support for this project, as my family and I think it's a beautiful design and just what North Beach needs after over 40 years of no new buildings. This building will bring a new life into our neighborhood with a beautiful new housing stock desperately needed, giving a new vitality to the now vacant buildings and storefronts that are currently the conditions there. What a beautiful location this is, and we're sure that the views will be stunning. It will also contribute greatly to the CRA funds that will go right back into North Beach to help revitalize this area. This neighborhood needs this, and we thank all of you on the DRB for your support of this project, and how blessed are we to have such a beautiful building in our neighborhood. So we're excited to see this come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Our next caller is Matthew Goltanoff.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Goltanoff,
and I want to thank you for allowing the public to comment on this particular proposal. I want to start by saying that I'm supportive of adding more
Matthew,
more
Matthew, just a
housing.
second. Matthew, just a second. Just a second.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Matthew. I need to swear you in before you proceed with your presentation, please.
Okay, yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So I'm supportive of adding more housing in Miami Beach, especially the unit sizes that are proposed here based on what was posted online. They are sizes that are more likely to house families and full-time residents, which contribute to the community, and they're not more transient-oriented, co-living and micro-units. So that's definitely a positive. I do want to touch on two key areas, though. One, the applicant's representative said this a couple of times, that they're overparked for cars. I should mention, though, that the amount of bike parking is above what's required, so that's certainly a positive and probably will be sufficient for the number of residents. But on the overparked for cars part, right, that contributes that contributes to an increased height of the building, that contributes to an increased massing and size of the parking podium as well. And just to give an idea, it looks like that there are 95 total spaces required for this development on sheet A0-04, and yet 239 are proposed. That's over 2.5 times the required amount. And unlike most zoning parking districts in this city, excess parking here does not count towards FAR. So that's one key concern I want to bring forth. But the other is, and probably more important, is the amount of proposed driveways and curb cuts. These are not great things to have in urban environments. Each curb cut you have is another opportunity for there to be an interaction between a driver and a car and someone walking along the street. And this, the town center is going to be somewhere where it is today, but even more so in the future, where lots of people are taking part in active lifestyles, and either they're walking or biking, rollerblading, scooters, et cetera. So the opportunity to minimize the number of curb cuts and driveways. It looks like there's 4 along Carlisle, and then we've heard there's loading docks in other areas, and people live here. I think that perhaps, internalizing even more of the movements, minimizing the number of curb cuts could help elevate this project even further. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. I'm sure that you all, as professionals and well-versed in this, are aware of this, but it is something that should be perhaps given more scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last caller is Marguerite Ramos.
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, Marguerite. Before you proceed with your presentation, I need to swear you in, please.
Please.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to participate in this public comment time. I'm the former chair of the Novi Master Plan, and this project is completely in line with the town center wishes of the community, where we received consensus from over 1,000 people. You may recall that over 1,000 people participated, and the city actually won an award for the number of participants in the master plan process. This project is going to create more beautiful and lovely homes for people, great walkability, and great new locations for us as neighbors to take part in. We've only been waiting for about 25 years for these great bars and restaurants and locations that are going to be opening up, boutiques, and we're very excited. And we're excited to meet our new neighbors who are going to be, giving back so much to our community as well. And then all of those funding that's going to go to the CRA to help with preservation and other projects in North Beach. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I support this project. Oh, I'm also the former president of the Normandy Suite Homeowners Association for over 20 years. I'm no longer doing that, but I did that for quite a long time and did fight in the trenches with Mickey and Betsy to get these projects approved. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our callers on Zoom.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ethan, do you want to proceed with the rebuttal?
Yeah, just a few quick comments.
Okay, yeah, we're on a bit of a time crunch today, so, and
Sure.
there's going to be a big discussion, so keep it brief, please.
Yeah. So real fast, as to the last speaker, I thought his comments were great. It's not something we touched on in the presentation. We're going from 9 curb cuts to 6, and when phase 2 curb cuts will be eliminated to 4. So we are, as we progress, we are reducing the curb cuts because that's the right idea. We want to make sure that this is pedestrian friendly and pedestrian activated. To the speaker in the beginning, we have talked to our neighbor. We have provided him copies of the plans as early as July of this year. So we have had a dialogue. We presented the plans to them, and we've been in discussions with the neighbor. And then in terms of the loading, I just want to address, as I mentioned in my presentation, that's the right space for the loading. It's right behind the retail on 72nd Street. We want the retail on 72nd Street. We want that to be active and friendly. And again, in your town center regs, there are a lot of requirements for loading, rubberized wheels, hours of operation, and with staff's comment or suggestion, which we agree to, we will be enclosing it so that sound is now buffered. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now closing the public portion of the presentation and opening it up to the board for comments.
If I may. So Ethan, the first speaker took issue with one of the variances. My understanding is that the variances don't relate to the location of the loading dock. They simply relate to the width of the drive. And so is it fair to say that denying the variance, as the speaker requested, would not in any way change the location of the loading dock? In fact, it would simply just make it more difficult to load and unload, which would, be even less beneficial to the people across the way.
That's exactly right.
And can you bring up the presentation and just sort of help me understand, where the loading dock is located and, and where the complaining neighbors are relative to the loading dock?
And also to piggyback on that clarification, that whole area is going to be enclosed or it's going to be open?
The current plans, as you see them, it was open to create spacing. Staff has suggested at the ground level to enclose the loading area. So just at the first floor. Sorry, Ray could explain it better than I can.
Yeah, so
Okay.
all of this would now be enclosed. And we have, there's a wall on the property line here that would enclose it. And once we have it's 15 feet of height for that loading dock area. So once we get above it, we would still have the 20-foot setback.
Got it.
So it's step back above the ground floor.
And help me understand where the neighbor is located relative to the site.
It's this
That's-
building here.
That's the neighbor. And
That's
so I understand that, enclosing the loading dock would help with sound, but would it actually obscure some of the action?
Absolutely.
I see
because
Russell
there will
nodding.
now be, there'll be not only an enclosure overhead, but also along the sides. So this is now interior space. This is
There'll be like a
internal
10-foot high wall, like a 15-foot high wall?
15 feet high, because we need the height of the loading dock
Could you go to
itself.
page 15? It's the section, and I think it might help.
Michael, you had mentioned some insulation also.
Well, I think, yes. I think you could easily add in addition to the wall, sound attenuating material on that wall on the inside to make sure that there's no spillage of sound, outside of that loading area.
So, yeah, the loading dock would be, the loading entrance would be here. And this is the existing building that's in reference. They are set back from the property line, so this would now be enclosed
Got it.
space at the ground level.
And loading would only be taking place during business hours?
Yeah, there's limited hours in the code. It's not allowed, no peak hours, 7 to 9, it can't be used. There's limited hours of operation.
Okay.
Are weekends allowed?
After 9 a.m. on the weekends.
I just want to frame that discussion a little bit. The zoning code allows 0-foot setback in this location. So you could go a full 55 feet in height. We chose to not do that in the original design to have breathing room. I think their building's approximately, their structure's maybe 10-foot setback from the property line. So there's spacing on their side. And at staff's suggestion, we would now be adding this wall in this location to protect or buffer the loading operation. That's how we came to
And
this.
we could add acoustical, we can fill the wall with like a perlite or some type
Right,
of
or it
acoustical
could be
element.
vegetated. I want to come back to the, sorry, do you see a theme? We could come back to the wall, but I also, could you talk about, I think there's one difference, like you made the comment about loading being behind retail, completely appropriate, logical. But, the trash rooms and the trash removals, so like loading of retail is one thing, but to place the, trash room, which then the dumpsters would be wheeled out and a trash truck would come in there and empty the dumpsters, right? That's all happening in that one area. And again, I think this discussion is less about what's in code, clearly this is a very thoughtful project. There's lots to talk about, but are we being the best neighbors we can be, kind of thing?
Well, I think that the trash is also internalized, and there are designated trash rooms that are separate, one for residential, one for retail. And we want that to occur internal to the project. I don't think having that be, having a street loading situation
I don't
would
think
be
we can.
beneficial here for either the project nor the neighbor.
And Ethan, would you respond briefly to the legal argument advanced, which I didn't entirely understand, whether it's the opponent's position that you can't buy a property and then get a variance?
Yeah, that's not correct. That's not, I
Yeah.
have a case here, I'm happy to submit it to the record, City of Coral Gables versus Geary. Buying property does not mean that you lose the hardship that exists based on the configuration of the lot. They're unrelated.
Yeah, so just,
Configuration of the lot was created by them. This is unity of title.
I
I didn't get to finish my legal argument.
but I mean, nonetheless, the idea that, but it's still, a practical, I mean, listen, I understand the time for the public comment is over. The idea being that, that unless you're, I mean, if that were indeed the law, that you can't buy a property and seek a variance, then the only, sir, please, this is, number one is none of the comments you're making are making the record, and, the time for public comment is over. And, but, the legal position seems to be, that only if you're the original buyer of the lot after it was platted, that can you, assert a hardship, based upon.
That's a basic principle, and if you can't show an exceptional and undue hardship.
I think either we're
yeah,
going to open it up or not.
The time for public comment is over. We appreciate it, and we are going to take your comments into consideration as we consider. So I think that maybe we'll move on.
Yeah, so just the bottom line is for the benefit of the public and the board, my position is I concur with staff. I note that the shape of the lot, does create various practical difficulties and hardships, and note that there are various aspects of the design that mitigate that, where the applicant has not gone to the max in various other respects, and so I support all 5 variance requests.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else? Shauna?
I just want one more clarification. So phase 2 is at the south end of the property, and the other existing building will come down. Can you explain phase 2 real quick?
Yeah, phase 2 is at the southwest corner, the Navarro CVS Pharmacy. That has a current lease in place, so it can't be demolished. The tenant will remain. When that lease expires, we have an obligation under code to come in with a design review board application for that phase 2. So in the analysis of this application, we have to make sure we reserve enough square footage so that we can build a code compliant building for phase 2.
And then F&B stands for what?
Food and beverage.
Okay, so that's a restaurant, that's public space there.
Yes.
And then do you have a general sense of what phase 2, is it going to be another residential tower or retail? You don't know yet.
I don't know yet. I think the intention is probably more commercial on that side of the street, but I don't know.
Sarah, for more information on that, the code requires that as part of phase 2, they make the site conforming, and that requires a 35-foot tall building at least on 71st Street. So that's why they've reserved the area, so they can construct that 35-foot tall building on 71st Street, and I think single-story along Dickens.
Will the parking that's in this building be used for phase 2? Is that why there's so much?
That's exactly right,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Well, look, living in the 2-story building that's staying in the area is you know, unfortunately, at best case, with or without the variance, this is going to be a different experience than you have now. And I feel your pain here. The person that owns this property did not want to get out of there. They've kept it. And now the current code allows this applicant to build even a wall at the property line that is, I don't know if there's a maximum height here, but you know, you're going to walk out your front door, which is on the side of the north side, you're on the north, and 10 feet in front of you is going to be a stuccoed.
15 feet.
15, well, whatever the width is there. You're going to have a wall that's that's going to be your view now. Well, that or no wall, and you're going to see the loading docks, unfortunately. You know, am I sensitive to that? Of course. Like, should this applicant try to not ask for a variance on this this area, and shift things around so the loading dock, so that a whole area complies? You know, that's something this board could make happen or ask to happen. But still, there's going to be this wall that's going to be there. I mean, and then so the issue is, well, you know, what can we do here maybe to make the wall a better experience for you? We could require the wall to be a little bit into this applicant's property so that there's actually some landscaping still on their property, but on your side of the wall. I mean, there's some things that we could do or propose, but I mean, the condition of your living here is going to change drastically. I don't know, you know, we're aware of that, but there's only so many things we can do.
You said that they were in contact with us in July?
Well, that I don't know, and of course we request strongly that every applicant reach out to the neighbors, go door to door, especially, I would say, this building particularly, because you're basically right in the middle of all the development and having everybody on board. I don't know if they've talked to the owner of the building or whatever, but yeah, okay, 6 individual owners then. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so I will. You know, in general, this board has, we've probably, this maybe is our, well, much of the board, but we have some new board members, but we've probably reviewed 5 or 6 projects in this town center area over the last year. And we've seen some really, and we've definitely had our challenges, and we've seen some really amazing projects. For me, there's a couple things, like I'm not really getting this podium design on the outside with the ellipses and the wood and everything. I find it a little bit, like, it looks to me like when I look at the renderings, like, oh, this could be like, this is downtown Brickell, like this is Brickell. Like, it just looks like a very, I don't know, like, we've required quite a bit contextually related from other applicants that have come in front of us on a design standpoint, like trying to create a little bit more context to the design, being this isn't like I mean, there is an urban plan here to create a town center, but there's also kind of the context of the whole neighborhood of North Beach. And to me, the building, I don't know, it's not really fitting for me right now, and especially because we have such a large podium, and you've created like these really big graphic design elements. I mean, I know they're not graphics, but they look graphic in nature. And I think that, to me, it's a complete miss there for me. It's such a big part of the project, the part that you actually are closest to the human experience on the sidewalk. For me, it needs some work.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
Yes. Ethan, was there any communication done with the condominium that is in the middle of the lot of the property?
Yeah, so before my involvement, my client and Ms. Luck's client were in discussions for many, many months. And part of that discussion included a potential offer for other units in the building. And so there was as we understood it, there was a discussion happening with other units in the building. Ultimately, that did not happen. But yes, we've provided plans to the neighbor, and it was our understanding that there were discussions internally within the building about this opportunity. So yes, and I've seen the email exchanges on this.
So as previously just stated, you have the parcel, and you can have a variance it doesn't preclude you from having a variance or from requesting one. And if you don't put the entrance to the loading dock there, you're going to put the building there, the building wall. So either way, there's going to be a wall, as previously stated, and 15 feet, I think, covers the height of, I think it's a two-story building?
They are
Now-
two-story, yep.
Okay, so either way, you're going to have a wall there, whether it be a building or a loading dock wall. Is there anything that can create a buffer between the two-story building unit and the wall? Landscaping, maybe some ivy growing on their side, so when they come out, they don't see a cement block?
We'd be happy to provide some landscaping on their side. For the record, my name is Russell Galvin. I'm one of the principals here, and I'd like to thank you for the time today to hear our case. You guys do a remarkable job, something that's very special. And you've heard previously from us at least 3 other projects that you have approved on first reading, so we really do appreciate that. We have a tendency to always want to work with our neighbors, and in this instance, we did so as well. Even before Adam bought his unit, which was just recently, just a few months ago, he knew of our plans and saw our plans, and we shared our plans openly with him. So his argument of being a neighbor, he bought fully knowing what we were doing with the plans in existence. I would say this to you is that we are good neighbors, and we want to be good neighbors always. We have laid this building out in numerous different ways, have studied it numerously in different ways. I think the circles on the exterior of the parking garage, I think we can work with the architects and with staff very easily. We've satisfied you with the facade, which is directly across the street from there, and I think that that was one that you enjoyed and one that the city seems to like very much. We can work with staff and imitate that image as well to satisfy Jason. And we're here in good faith to move this project and to actually create a town center. I think the 3 people you heard from are the 3 people that went
You know, to I'm gonna
hundreds
interrupt you.
and hundreds of meetings.
Mr. Galbut?
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt you because we need to continue with the discussion. Thank you for addressing our concerns, though. I appreciate that. Okay. Who else would like to? Orlando?
Yes.
Could I respond just briefly to the last question you asked? We'd be happy to provide landscaping. We can't move the wall because then it turns into setback issues and
Right.
variance issues because of the driveway width. But if we'd be happy to provide landscaping on the exterior of that wall.
Okay.
Michael, this is preliminary or final?
No, they're asking for final approval.
Let's walk through the landscape legend. And the landscape architect is here?
Yes.
How you doing?
Good afternoon, how are you? Alejandro Perez, Arquitectonica Geo.
Could you
Landscape architect.
explain to me in the landscape legend why you can't meet in providing what's required? Almost in nothing?
Yes, I think in regards to the street trees, we're not able to comply because of the,
Okay, let me,
yes,
let's start with the square footage of open space. You didn't meet that.
the square footage of open space. Give me 1 second here, let me just pull that up. Okay, the open space number that we're showing is not the planted open space, it's the landscape open space.
It's, where it says open space.
Yes,
it's
there's a shortage there.
27,300 required, 24,000 provided.
Correct, there is a shortage.
Then you go down to lawn area calculations, required 5460, provided 0.
For the lawn area, that's a maximum number?
That-
So
okay.
we're not providing any lawn?
Okay, I'm just walking down the.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes, of course.
The number of trees required, 34, provided 9.
I just want
So
to,
you,
Yeah.
you have a shortfall there.
for the open space, the existing building that is to remain.
Can't hear you.
The existing building that is to remain, on the corner that's part of this property does not comply with the current setbacks, and it has a surface parking lot behind it that has to remain. But when phase 2 comes along, the open space will be resolved because we will comply with the setbacks and not have the surface parking lot behind it. So that's why there's a shortage initially on the open space
for
component.
phase 1.
So
For
you're
fa-
gonna be,
yeah.
you are short, but even in those 9 that you're providing, none are natives.
Sorry, I was responding to the open space question. I didn't hear the second question.
For the native requirements for the
Street trees requires 5116, the same issue?
Yes, it's due to the different phases.
Okay,
So-
but we're gonna need some sort of a chart or something that will explain that.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, there just isn't space to plant outside of where the building footprint lies because it's on the 0 lot line. But once the new plan comes along, and we'll show you a second legend with the phase 2.
You
that
will
will
have
com-
to show it, yeah.
That will complete the street tree condition and
Correct.
essentially bring us up to
And the
what's
same
required
goes
for
for
the entire
the
site.
shrubs and everything else.
Correct.
Yeah.
In terms of
Okay.
the native trees.
Now, Michael, it is required that these are sets, signed and sealed by a landscape architect.
Correct, yes.
None, they are not. Okay, I just want to bring that up.
We do have the signature.
Where?
It's on the title block on the bottom left of the project name.
On the title block,
Yes.
on the first page?
Each
Or-
page. I
or where?
believe. Each page towards the bottom. To the left of the large text, 72B, Miami Beach. There should be a digital signature.
I don't see it. At the bottom or at the top?
Bottom.
If I could walk up, I'll show you our set.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not seeing it.
He's going
And
to show,
this is what was given to all of us.
Ethan is going to show it to you in the interim while he's showing that.
That is fine, but this is not what it was given to us.
Michael, I'm not quite
And-
sure, because there's an issue with time here, and I want to be able to give this project the time that it deserves, and then we have this other project, major project as well, that's been waiting all day. Because in the spirit of respect to both of these projects and timing, does it make sense? Does this board have a desire to approve this project with the condition that
I'd
it
like to
come
make my
back?
comments first.
Okay, yeah, but with the condition that it comes back with landscaping, because I hear landscaping, and then you may have some other comments as well. If that's the feeling I get from this board, or should we just give this project the rest of the time that we have till 3 o'clock and notify the next project that we're not going to be able to get to them? I just hate leaving them sitting there thinking that they're going to be heard.
It seems like we're going to take up a lot. I'd like to finish this project before moving on to the next one. And if, we'll do our best.
Okay.
But sometimes that just happens.
Okay.
So, I apologize.
So,
But for the record, there is a signed and sealed copy that staff has. I'm not sure what you have in your file, but we absolutely.
do you or
So,
not?
I mean, we require, so we have a paper set. I don't know, I don't look to see if the online plans have the landscape seal that are signed and sealed, but we do require the paper set in the office to be signed and sealed. I just don't have that, we don't have all the files here, but if they're saying it's been provided, I assume it's been
Okay.
provided with a hard copy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you consider this to be landscape plans?
Yes, I do.
Or a conceptual landscape plan? Because I don't know where the shrubs are going. There is a list
Yes.
and a huge hatched area saying that all those shrubs go in that area.
Yes.
But I don't know where they go.
From a tree perspective, we consider that the tree plan to be further advanced from a shrub and ground cover plan. It's more of a conceptual layout at this time, and then usually for
Well,
time of permit.
I don't accept this as a landscape plan.
So you would like
So
further?
I would like to see a
further
landscape
detail,
plan.
like where the shrubs are going, specific
Sure,
shrubs and ground? Okay.
that's what it is.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to make comments about a number of different issues that were raised by my fellow board members and others. The first one I'd like to address is the design in general. Let's see. The design in general. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little underwhelmed. The building that you're proposing looks just like the building next door, and I'm just a little underwhelmed by the design. I think that the feature, the corner feature, is lovely and interesting, but like Jason too, the screening element, it's just sort of massive and it's sort of there. I'd like to just see something a little bit more interesting than a tower of living units with deep balconies. That's my initial thought, and definitely need to rework this garage screening situation, because right now what's happening on 72nd Street, when you contextualize all of the towers that are going in, and there's actually going to be 3, or if we're going to be 4 eventually, it's just going to be, one similar building after another, 20 stories tall, which I don't think benefits the community. That was one of my comments. It also relates to, so I'd like to see something a little bit more interesting happening with the design of the building. The other comment is this height waiver. I'm not in support of the height waiver. It doesn't seem necessary, aside from just something that you're requesting. We had received a letter from the Parks Advisory Board saying that they were not supportive of the height waiver. The park, a great park that is beloved, as you mentioned, is right there. I would hate for that park to be shaded unnecessarily. So those were my comments. I don't know if my fellow board members have any additional comments to that point to share. I'm not ready for a rebuttal yet. I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Michael, what is the height of the building on 72nd Street immediately to the east? Do you know how it compares in height
The one,
to
you're talking
this
about the one that was
proposed?
approved, the same, I think it's the same height. The maximum height is 220 feet.
I believe this tower, we built the tower that's immediately to the west, is actually shorter than the tower that this one is proposing by 2 feet, I believe. So, look, we can.
Sorry, we're still,
Okay.
thank you. So this tower as proposed, the maximum height is 220, and then we can have a waiver where we give them another 20 feet.
No.
And that's what
no.
it
It's
is.
200 and we're
200.
waiving to 220, so the other tower to be taller would have had to have a waiver as well.
Yeah, I think they did.
Okay. I'd like to add some comments if possible. First of all, I just want to say that I think the presentation was incredibly thorough and very helpful to understanding context, to describe the history of place, to talk about the changes that were made by the community and zoning and upzoning, and doing that with, intentionality. And I agree completely that that means that some of the existing context is going to, suffer hardships or endure change just by the natural evolution of the city. And so I think we've discussed maybe what it means for you guys to be good neighbors and how you can accommodate that. And I hope that you'll put your best effort forward doing that. But just like in the other projects where we've, people are trying to do single-family condos or, 4 or 5 units, and we've really expected a lot out of them in terms of what they're contributing to the urban realm and the environment. I think when you are doing a development at this scale, which I agree completely with the scale, but you have a larger contribution to the community and to the city and to the future of the city. And so some of the things that I'm seeing in the renderings, but I'm not seeing in the proposed design, which means that we can't ensure that they're going to be there. are these public realms. Some of them may be in your control. Some of them may be something that you need to think outside of the box to bring to the table, because I know when it's something we want, it's easy to think outside of the box to figure out how to get it. Other things, maybe not. So like in the renderings, when you're showing the relationship between the two buildings, or even the corner rendering, you're showing a change in material at the streets. You're showing sort of a woonerf or, pavers and different materials between the two buildings. You're showing bike racks on the street, and in the renderings. Now, you are providing bike storage for your users, which would, I think, be owners or apartment rentals, but for the public realm, I'm not seeing any bike racks. I'm not really seeing a lot of public space that you're giving back. I do think that the form of the building is mindful in terms of, it has a podium and then a tower, and so it's not just, a huge form taking up space. But at the ground floor, while there is the restaurant and the potential retail, I appreciate the drive and the drop off, but again, that's for your clients. It's not really for the public realm, and I think that the sensitivity that you guys have thought about the user experience coming into your building and the experience that they'll have in the building could be extended to your public edges, the way that you've stepped back and created space to do that. And I really think when it comes to a project at this scale, that's the responsibility that you have to give back to the community. So I don't know if I think there's a lot of very specific things that could be talked about, and I could go into that, but I'll just leave it at broad comments, and we'll see what my
If you
peers
want to
will
make
say.
specifics, now's the time.
Okay, well, unless I missed it, I didn't see any bike racks in the public realm. Did I? So I guess, correct me where I'm wrong. And I know that you guys are in this sort of zone where some things are super hyper-specific and
Yeah.
some things are less specific, but we have to be very specific because this is the only conversation that we get, right?
Yeah, I'll ask Michael. I don't know. The town center regs have very specific requirements on the sidewalks and the public space. You have a minimum 10-foot clear. So you have to make sure you have a clear passageway 10 feet around all of the property. And then we also have a lot of external space in addition to that, as I mentioned in the presentation. We've set our building back on Dickens and 72nd more than required. I'm not sure about street bike racks. That's something I'd have to check at the town center regs if there's any restriction. If not,
We're happy to accommodate with
We-
bike racks.
correct.
I would also like to point out that this is part of the CRA. So there is no project on Miami Beach that will contribute more to this community than a project like this that's in the CRA. So I think that's a huge give back. We also have looked at not shading the park, and we recognize that there's always some shade issues, but in this instance, it's very little. And I will tell you that the parking, being overparked in that area, I don't know that you can ever be overparked because that park is actually quite active. And our parking garages are open. So people who are bringing their children to the tennis courts, there's, I think, 12 tennis courts right across the street, 2 baseball fields, an indoor basketball court. It's a very active place. So between this and first phase 1 and phase 2, these spaces will be available for everybody to use. So when you ask about public contribution, this is a public contribution. This is a project that had thousands of hours. Everybody participated, and it had a vote of the public to do this. This was not something that was happening in a vacuum. It was overwhelmingly approved in a by the voters for the increased development and the increased height. This is not something that didn't happen.
I mean, I agree
in
with the
shadow.
project, the
Yeah.
premise of the project. I think, and I agree that it's going to give back to the CRA. I think our responsibility here is, if you're walking down the street, what is your immediate experience? Like, you've widened the sidewalks, and then there's low bushes, but there's no benches, there's no planters, there's, again, you've very thoughtfully thought about the drop-off and pickup when the green space and,
Can I
but
make
there's-
a suggestion? I'm listening to you very carefully, and I'm not disagreeing. Can we ask if to approve this to expedite the matter, approve this today, and we will come back with a landscape and a refinement of the lining around the parking deck. And but if we can approve it today, we can actually get started on construction drawings. We can actually get this project moving in the right direction. And we will come back with a whole illustration as to how to put a facade on the parking garage, as well as the landscape plan, further detailed, as Mr. Kamas would like to see.
I'm
Yes.
sorry,
Or,
Michael.
Lashana, were you all done? Were you done with your comments?
I can be done. I was just gonna agree with the comment that it looks exactly like the building next to it. So even at a smaller scale with the previous project where the two sites were being developed separately, does this need to look as identical? That's my only other comment. Thank you.
I would say too that for me, in terms of the design, like for me, this project is not ready to be approved today. That it definitely needs, Orlando has some major concerns about the landscaping. We, all others of us have concerns about, if you are going to add this wall for the adjoining property, what is that looking like? How is that gonna get fleshed out? We're still in the middle of discussing what we're trying to discuss.
We're
So-
here as long as you want.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Myra, yeah.
Michael, and for the board, when the city engaged in what we call the museum district, where the library, Miami City Ballet, and the Bass Museum are, there was a whole streetscape design done by the city that is inclusive of that whole district, stamping on the sidewalk, the benches, the lighting, and I'd hate to see, and I agree, and she brings up a very good point that I think you can all comply with. And I think the city has to put it together, actually, that there be a contribution for this design of streetscape furnishings or design of streetscape throughout that entire district as it is developing. And then there may be some of the things that can be done now. There may be some contributions you can do to the cleaning up of continuing to the cleaning up of the area along the canal, for example, which is a hazard and an eyesore for those going to the park, and as well as for the residents and the people that go to the worship house that's on that triangular intersection. So I think contributions can be made, but I'd like to see those streetscape ideas that she brings up, to be part of the entire district as it is developed. I will tell you, this city has invested millions and millions and millions of dollars. It has done a new youth center, new golf course, clubhouse, 5 or 6 different parks, lighting, streetscape, flood, storm sewer, water lines, sewer lines, landscaping on streetscape, and we still are behind the 8 ball even after the humongous investment by this city in North Beach. We need to, and I agree, if this board is not ready to move forward on this project because you don't like certain aspects of the design, keep in mind that we are in a situation where we need people like Arquitectonica to come in and design things, because we have not had that in this district. And yet we have spent as a city millions and millions and millions of dollars since at least 1993. And the area has not changed. It has changed minimally as a return of the money that we've put into it. So we do need to move on projects like this. We need to recognize that we're now having world-class architects coming into this area, as we did coming into the museum district area. So if we're not ready, I think we should individually give our comments as to, where we think it can be further advanced or improved. But I like your idea of the community the participation in the community. I'm sure that you can look into ways in the surrounding areas right now, including the park, even though it was been renovated twice, as I'm sure you know, that you can make contributions to. I have been in the building immediately to the east, and while in paper form it looks similar, and in those placards it is quite different from the outside, and apparently is going to be different on the inside from the size of the units.
Certainly. If I could just address,
Thank you.
Shauna, your comment for 1 second. we have space on the public realm to address whether it's benches or bicycles, and that's something we can absolutely work with staff on. There's, again, given the setback we've provided, we can work with staff to address that.
What I seem to be hearing, you know, and if anybody else is itching to grant final approval, speak up. But what I'm hearing from the other board members is they want you to come back. They want you to make some changes and, you know, come back. So Ray, what else do you need to hear?
I do just want to address one of the comments about the massing being similar to the building to the east. And a lot of it has to do with the zoning and the planning behind the project, and that this is just a diagram we put together.
I guess I should clarify, it wasn't the issue that I had, at least, if are you relating to
just in
mine?
general, I think I heard maybe that there are some similarities between the projects to the east and this one.
It was not, I mean, the massing, you know, makes sense considering. I think it was just more a matter of the design choices, that the design it looks like every other building.
Who is
And
the
it's-
architect on the project on the east?
Architectonica.
Okay.
So.
I mean, I don't
just-
think it's the massing, I think, yeah, it's the.
It's the design, it's the screening feature that seems to wrap around. I mean, the scale of this too is, you know, to also add to Shauna's point, you know, you're gonna be transforming an entire city block with this project. There needs to be a very well thought out plan for how the ground level is gonna interact with the entire streetscape on all sides. You know, even, also, we didn't even have a chance to talk about what's happening along 71st Street at all, where you still have that same sort of screening that, you know, we think needs to be refined a bit. So those were our concerns, you know, and it would be nice to see someone, was that in the packet?
We weren't able to submit this as part of the
electronic
deadline,
presentation.
The electronic portion of it, but we brought it today.
Yeah.
So can I ask?
That's
Sarah?
that's 71st Street, that's the 71st Street elevation?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're required to send it several days in advance, and sometimes we get, you know, materials just a couple days before. That's why we print some of these slides. Can I just ask to specify your comment? Is your comment more about the skin and the design? Because the ground floor, just to address the ground floor comment, that is, when we talk about like the harsh code requirements in the town center, that's one of them that we absolutely comply with. We have to have a 50-foot depth on 71st Street. We have to have a 20-foot depth on Carlisle. So all of those pieces of the puzzle, we comply, but for the limited variances that we've already talked about. So is your comment more of really the skin and the design features of the building as you go up? Because the ground floor is mostly glass and it's pedestrian friendly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Can I
yes.
say something?
Yeah.
I'm so happy to see an eyebrow. No, I really am. The shade on the sidewalk, how wide is that eyebrow? And
It extends over the sidewalk. It's the same as.
10 feet.
is that the widest you can do it?
The widest we can do it without having to add additional columns to
Okay.
create an arcade.
No, I mean, we just skipped right over that. I think that should be a requirement in every building here because the shade and the rain and it changes everything. Yeah. No, everybody's kind of zipped past all that stuff. And I want to say the pedestrian experience seems very well thought out. And the way you set the building back from that, you didn't get any credit for that. So I just wanted to let you know that I think.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I think others do too.
And that is continuous across all the frontages that we control.
Correct.
And that for the future phase, we would want to also extend that around so that when you walk around this block, we understand that it controls a lot of frontage, but as we well know, shade and protection from the elements at Miami Beach will promote walkability and, you know, probably reduce car dependency in the long run when we have elements that allow for our sidewalks to be actually usable during, you know, the primary hours of the day where we have sunlight and such. So,
You know, we really would just like a little bit more direction. If this is something you don't like, we're happy to change. We're happy to work with staff on it. We build quality buildings and, you know, we just like to get moving on this project, obviously. So if you have any comments relating to this, we can change the screening. We have Bernardo with us today as well as Raymond. They're the two lead architects from Architectonica. It is one of the greatest firms. We've used architects from all over the world, and I can tell you that we truly appreciate their skill sets. And the project that's next door is actually coming out magnificently. So if you have specifics, we're happy to hear them, and we'll make whatever changes you want. We want to look at this and do the right thing. I will tell you that this project provides millions of dollars to the CRA, as you've heard from everybody before. The quicker we get moving on it, the quicker it is for everybody. So we'd love to have some specifics as it relates to that. We're happy to come back with that. We're happy to come back with the landscaping. But we're very satisfied with the tower. We think the tower is great. The average size unit is over 1,200 square feet. This is for families, something that's desperately needed in North Beach. You heard from the 3 major people who spent thousands of hours getting the entire zoning approved by an overwhelming majority of the voters in this community. There is really no reason for it not to be approved today, subject to us coming back with this facade and with the landscaping plan to satisfy
So
Mr. Comos,
I
and we would
think-
ask you for that today.
Well, you know, we know Architectonica is so beyond qualified to redesign this screen in a way I think that should be a little bit more sensitive to the scale of the podium and the scale of the neighborhood. That's one thing I would say. This kind of looks to me like a very Times Square scaled gesture, and I think it needs to be a little bit more like small town gesture, maybe. I will say we're always happy. You've come in front of us probably 3 or 4 times in the last year with amazing projects, most of which I will say have not been approved the first time you've come in front of us. Holocaust Center, Mount Sinai. I mean, so we know you guys can do, you know, amazing work. This is why we're holding you to this standard for our residents, and because we know you can do it. You don't need me to tell you what to do here. I mean, my impression is that it just looks a little bit too generic, too bulky, too massive, too overpowering to this beautiful element that Scott eloquently talked about, the eyebrow. I'd love to see it. You know, I love the eyebrow to be bigger, so that it's pretty high up, so the rain. But I'm like, oh, maybe they could bring the facade, the glass in a little bit to create bigger outdoor spaces. But I know that affects the square footage you can rent. But I think a lot of the comments have to do with the fact that obviously the building is kind of maxed out to me. You know, you're kind of pushing the edges. This is why we have a few variances we're asking for. But in a way, overall, if the thing was just a little bit scrunched in, we could create like bigger outdoor spaces, more interaction with the sidewalk, more things that like Shauna was talking about, and stuff on outside in the space to create more of a human element to this neighborhood. I mean, look, the reason why we all love living, I lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, is because you can walk around, because you can experience everything at a very kind of smaller level. Now, what we didn't like was there was no development. We want new restaurants, we want retail, we want more people. So everyone here is very excited about projects like this. But we would be doing a disservice to ourselves as board members and to the residents if we didn't push for the best, most creative superstar building we can have here, because this is a superstar firm that's designing it. So that's all. I think the expectation is very high, and that's all. I mean, we know nobody wants to get continued. Believe me, I've been in front of the HPB, and it's a pain in the butt.
And there's
I get it.
limited space, and once these, happen, then they happen.
Once it's done, it's
Then
done. So we can't change the paint color, we can't change the design, the screen is there, oh, it's rusting, it's ugly, but we're stuck. So we just wanna, this is our chance. So thank you for listening to us. you know.
Yeah,
Thanks,
does
Jason.
that
So they should
more
come-
helpful?
It does, but basically what I'm hearing is the scale of the garage screening is primarily what
Yes.
you're
And-
thinking about.
And then I can't help but notice on the elevation, I guess it's the north elevation that goes along 72nd Street, those are all units. There's no garage there. Is
All
that
the way
why
down,
it's all
that's
the
right.
same?
So we'll bring
I-
the units as close to the street as possible and not create the podium condition where you have a
Right.
garage with a
Right.
building that sits on top.
Right. Well, and maybe that's an opportunity somewhere in there. I mean, that's a lot of feet to maybe put something, again, like more interesting. Something, I'm trying to look for ways to make this building look, a little bit, stand out in a different way. Just giving you ideas, ways to brainstorm, trying to help you out. I also think that, what's happening with these sort of ovals is they are they're very large, they're very bulky, and it's the one thing, and it wraps all the way around the block. It's, you know, I can't help but wonder if maybe something not as repetitive. I just think you need to get creative and have some fun with it.
If I could make an ask before a motion is made, there's always two separate votes because we have variances and then we have site plan, we have design. It sounds like we need to return on the site plan, on the design, but if we can address the variances today, I haven't heard a lot of.
I would suggest not approving variances without having the design approved. Typically, it may do the opposite, but I wouldn't suggest having just the variances approved without having the design.
Okay.
I think it's, and I would say to me personally, in regards to the variances, I think it's, I think it was good that you internalized as much as possible, because this is, I have gotten, so many of us gotten caught in traffic in this area, so I think that that was something that has been appreciated. At this point, it's the least of my concerns. I would also add, because there was so much discussion when you do come back for the next time, to also think about, again, like how you're going to sort of wall off the loading, the trash, all those areas in a way that is neighborly, so that perhaps, you know, they're not staring at 15 feet of blank wall all the way around their property. So just to include that.
I would like to add one more thing. You know, we've talked a lot about the urban realm and the interface between the architecture and the street, right? But I think, again, and I'm new to the board, so either I'll get kicked off for my opinions or I'll be around and then you'll hear more of them. But I think when projects like this come through, especially Miami Beach, you know, we had the new zoning in reference to climate, you know, to see a double-loaded corridor without respect to any type of, you know, passive cooling or, you know, circulation, ventilation. I know it's capable. Again, we mentioned Brickell earlier and Brickell City Center, you know, and the agenda there with the climate cooling and the screen, but all of that is talked about. But then when we see the plans and we see the architecture, it's lost. And it's not, you know, you gave an incredibly thoughtful presentation, but your presentation didn't address any kind of material, carbon, embodied energy, operational energy, how, you know, I get it, this is luxury living, but we could still embed that kind of language and ideology in our architecture, and then whoever lives there is going to be able to do that. So this is more of a comment, again, that I think it's a responsibility that we have as architects, doing these types and scales of projects and transforming the urban realm and setting agendas. I'm not asking for any changes today in that
Understood.
regards.
No, that's well noted, and it is taken into account for the design. The building does have to be LEED certified as it gets developed, but in terms of the project placement, we have the short ends of the building facing east-west, and we, instead of the long sides, which is a better from an energy consumption standpoint, and also the deep terraces protect the facade. So there's no direct solar heat gain. When you have the low sun, and especially in the middle of the day, the facade is actually not getting hit directly by the sun and thereby heating the spaces up. So generally speaking, the deeper terraces, the orientation of the building alone, as fundamentals to the actual placement and bones of the project, are done in a very passive, sustainable way, in addition to what will come with the additional LEED items.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I encourage you to talk about it, you know, in all of the projects that you bring back. I mean, the podium does face east-west, so you have the long side facing south, and then.
But those are naturally ventilated garage floors, so, and we want it to be naturally ventilated instead of mechanically
Sorry, not
ventilated.
the podium, the tower I'm talking about, but.
Okay, understood. We'll address it when, yeah.
Thank you. Is somebody ready to
Yeah,
make a
so
motion?
are they coming back in November or
November,
December?
please, I was gonna ask. This is,
Yeah.
it sounds like it's just exterior design. It's not a rework of the project. I think we'll make a commitment to try and get there. We'd appreciate coming back in November.
Okey doke. I move to continue this application until the November
13th.
13th meeting.
Second by Myra.
Second.
Now, we need plans by next Monday.
By Monday, you got it.
All in favor of the continuance?
Aye.
Any
Thank you
opposed?
all for the time.
You'll include the
Thank you.
wall by the
Yep.
loading dock with the landscaping?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so with that, I think we're going to have to continue the last application on the agenda to November. We just don't,
wait.
we have to end here at 3 o'clock for land use.
Yeah, but they said we could probably be in the room for a little bit, like another 10, 15 minutes. At least, we've been here all day, we've had, I really would respectfully, if we could at least start.
When are they coming in?
There is no controversy on this application, and I've flown my architects from London. I understand it's not a
Okay, I
guarantee.
think if we can then finish by 5 or no later than 10 after 3 o'clock.
I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, if Giselle could read the file into the record?
The next item in the agenda is DRB 22-0897, 1656, 1680 Alton Road, 1677 West Avenue, 1698 Alton Road, and 1681, 1683 West Avenue, 1245 Lincoln Road, and abutting portions of Alton Court. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 7-story mixed-use office building on the main parcel, including one or more waivers and a variance from the maximum allowed building height to replace all existing structures on the main parcel and the retention of the existing structures on the north parcel and south parcel.
Okay. And members of the board, I would like to ask you whether you have received any ex parte communications about this case?
I think I received an email. I think it was for this.
Good afternoon. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez with the Office of Greenberg Traurig. With me here, the entire team. I'm trying to make this quick and short. And I really appreciate the time. We've been working on this project for over a year, and over a dozen hearings, because we've had to do entitlements between alley vacations. There was a text change. It went to the planning board, which approved unanimously last month. And we've been working with the community since the beginning. We have full support of the WAVNA Homeowners Association on this project. And I really just wanted to, I understand, and I want to apologize for the confusion with the plans, and we did an addendum. With the time it's taken to get this project to this point, we're actually about 95% construction drawings, which typically we finish design and wait, and then, but because of the timing, we're looking at doing demolition in the beginning of the year, and hopefully apply for, once we get an approval from this board, soon thereafter file for building permits. So you had Kobe Karp as the original local architect. You had Foster and Partners, who have been the design architect and are still a design architect. And then we have AAI Architecture, who is the construction document architects. So that's where some of the confusion, but we've clarified everything with the addendum. And we also, there was a concern about the removal of the landscaping around the garage level. We've resolved that. That's back. And I do want to make one comment. Michael Shaw was flying down. He really apologized. He couldn't be here today, only because of all the issues going on in his family in Israel. So, but with that, I want the architect to speak, and I'll reserve any answers.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Now, yeah. Hi, I'll be as quick as possible. I'm Cristina Segni. I'm a senior partner at Foster and Partners, and have been leading the design of the project since, well, now more than a year and a half. So, and I'm very honored to be here today. So, what I want to say is that from the first time that we were approached by Michael Shaw about looking at the project itself, we were really impressed by the location and the opportunity of the site itself. And so we know it's in a major entrance on Miami Beach and at the end of Lincoln Road, which is the most popular and successful retail pedestrian street in Miami Beach. And we wanted order to create a building that has a presence in Miami Beach, but at the same time responds to the architecture of it, and it doesn't stand out as something completely out of it in terms of both of materiality and architectural language itself. And so we look at the site, and we have a model here. I hope you can come and look at it later on. But anyway, we always been very aware of the two different sites that we're looking at. So we are bookended on both sides, and then we have Alton Road, which has larger scale buildings and is more like a urban setup. And then we have the back side, the west side, which is more residential and more lower scale. So our idea was to create, I apologize, the microphone is not really my setting. So it was to create something, an architectural grid, an architectural expression that gave us a very structured elevation along Alton Road, but still had, a volumetric experience into it. So the facade setback is verandas all along the way, very much like the Floridian architecture and the glass is setback. So you always have this vegetation and the landscape having preeminence into it. And it also has quite a lot of penetration into itself, like a double-side voided in it, which really makes the building more penetrable and more accessible. And the same language we use in the other side, on the west and on the south. On the south, we relate to the existing buildings by setting the building back, by using the same architectural language, and the same we do on the west side, where where the building really comes back in order to relate better to the smaller scale that you have along the West Avenue. And as we go into the ground floor, the idea was always the one to have a very permeable building. We wanted a building that can be enjoyed by the community and be open to it. At the moment, there is no connection at all between Alton Road and the West Avenue. And what we did instead is to very much create a building that is open, is mostly all public into the ground floor. And it has this permeability is not only visual in terms that you have long views around, but you can actually circulate around and go from Alton Road into the west side. And it's always like looking at kind of looking along the land and seeing the other side, seeing natural light in the other side, and the vegetation that always crosses around. And this permeability, and that we have horizontally, is also very much vertical too. In a way, we have. I'm just looking for the section. We have yes. So we want all the uses that we have in the building to relate it to each other. So as we have, very many uses in the building. We have retail at the ground floor. We have 2 levels of car park with some residential. And we have 3 levels of office space. We want that visually connected and as well as very well integrated. So the ramp, for example, becomes an incredible occasion for us to have a long penetration into the building. So when you walk along the ground floor, you can see the sky, and it becomes a void into the office spaces, as well as these pocket gardens that we introduce in the office space, which very much make the building and the floor plate always small and very light, bright and light. And you can see this is an image of the pocket spaces that you have into the office building. So it's something that we really care about, and we always thought is how we create a new office space, especially now that after COVID, it's so important to have a different type of space to work with. And so it's all about it's all about having an office place where you always have natural light, where you have long views, and we have indoor and outdoor spaces where you can work. And so we're offering that on both sides with more regulated veranda, which are 7.5 foot deep, plus the planters integrated, as well as longer terraces on the back. And that is not only about the appearance of the building itself, but it is somehow about the well-being of the people working there. And we know very much how the integration of the natural ventilation, the landscape, the accessibility of the outdoor enhances really creativity and performance, and the ability and really a better working and life balance. And yes, and it's all very much about. So we are really studying how that can really work. And so as you can see, as Alfredo said, we are already at 90% of CD stage. So we're really working through how to make the planters work. We have detailed all of the type of vegetation that will go in each of the spaces. And we are building one-to-one mock-ups for, for really proving how the building is going to look like. And yes, sorry, I'm trying to go as fast as possible. And yes, I think we think this is going to be a great addition to Miami Beach, and we hope we can build it.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
I'll contribute, unless there's a rebuttal or questions, yes.
Okay, great. Oh, I actually did, so these are fantastic, but this was not provided to us in advance, or did I miss something? A lot of
There's
these
a few
images.
that we're adding to the record because the
Okay.
timing, we could not.
Right, okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything.
But most of them were in the addendum one. We went back and
Ah.
re-added the landscaping, so that's why you're seeing on the garage levels that we had removed landscaping in addendum one because of some drainage issues. We resolved it and brought it back, so.
Okay, so Michael, how should, when,
Well, I
I
think
know
we have
another
to-
meeting has to come in here, and that's why
Yeah,
we
so
have to leave.
We have to leave here in 6 minutes.
Ah, okay.
So at this point, we have to either continue, or we can start with some public comment. There's not going to be time to get board comment.
Are there people online for
Yeah, there are a
public
couple
comment?
people online.
How many are online?
2.
Let's do it.
Why don't we listen
Okay,
to
we'll
them
take,
and get it over?
the first commenter online is Tim Carr.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Tim Carr with West Ave Neighborhood Association.
Hey, Tim, just a second. You have to be
We have
sworn
been
in.
in
Tim?
discussions with Chabot, the developer, and the team since the
Hey,
beginning.
Tim?
And we
Tim?
do support.
Tim, excuse me, Tim. Just a second, we have to swear you in.
Okay?
Tim, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm with the West Ave Neighborhood Association, who, again, we've been with the developer from the beginning, and with full transparency and working together on these plans, we do support everything that they've shown you today, and including the amendments. So I appreciate everyone's time today and helping us move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Matthew Gultanoff.
Hi, good afternoon, Matthew Goltanoff. I want to start by saying that this is a really beautiful project, and I think the office space and the residential and the retail on the ground will add a lot to the neighborhood. I did send an email yesterday afternoon to all of the board members. It was a forward of an email to the planning board. There's a couple concerns with this, which I hope that the applicant will be able to address either today or next time they come back. And those have to do with the site plan, with the public realm, with how most people are going to interface with this project. There is a bicycle lane on West Avenue right behind, and their driveway is going to intersect with that. And considering the large scale of this project, the hundreds of thousands of square feet that it is, I hope that that we can come to a great way to help ensure the safety of everyone, those that are walking on the sidewalk, those that are bicycling, and those that are driving on the street. In addition, just something that I noticed in the plans, I'm a little concerned about the narrowness of the sidewalk along Alton Road in some spots. I know that I think the regulations call for a 10-foot clear path. The DRB can reduce it to a minimum of 5 feet, but this is a major street in a major urban neighborhood. So if possible, it would be nice that it could be worked around so that the entire pedestrian path through the full entire length of this project, including transitions to the existing grade, are the full 10 feet. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, and that's our last caller online.
Due to the time, I think somebody should have a motion to continue, and then we'll take this up.
To November?
To November.
November.
Oh,
I'm talking to the chairman of the Land Use Commissioner Ariola. He's running late. He's okay, we were here 10 more minutes. That would help. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if the board wants to provide comments?
I appreciate
okay. So I'm now closing. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak? No. I'm now closing the public portion and opening it up to the board for comment.
I'm sadly not going to be here next month. What a beautiful project, and what a thoughtful design of addressing every angle. It's really, I live in the neighborhood, so I'm really happy to see all that. I'm concerned about the driveway and the dumping of traffic on West Avenue, but I don't know what you can do about that. It's a mess already, and the city, everything's a D+, and the traffic study was done in September, which is ridiculous, so. But thank you, what a beautiful project, it really,
I would suggest getting all comments while we can, and then,
We had seen the landscape before, and we are just,
no, this is the
No,
first time.
First time.
This is the first time we're seeing this project.
okay, and how about the floors in between?
This is the first time we're seeing it.
Okay.
I'll just go, I do want to also agree that I think the project is incredibly thoughtful. I think some of the things that we've been asking for in the other designs, you know, whatever the design solution is, you guys, the design clearly addresses different street frontages with different design strategies. It understands the true integration of landscape and Miami landscape into the building. I will say that it was quite hard, and I'm probably sure not understanding everything because there were 20 different PDFs to review, so that was unfortunate, but I think I've seen most of it now. I agree with the bike path concern, but I still wasn't able to find a site plan that showed a lot of good context, so I agree with that. But overall, I do think that what I understand from the facade, how you're breaking the building form down, how people are moving in and through the site, it's incredibly thoughtful. I don't really have other comments at this time.
I agree with you. I went over the project last night and found it to be very, very outstanding, both in architecture and landscape.
Thank you.
Yeah, same here. Just, I wish the previous applicant stayed here for this. So no, it's not about comparing. I'm just saying, like, everything that you explained and everything that Shauna was talking about, and I think I was trying to articulate, maybe not so eloquently as Shauna did, and Sarah and the rest of my board, you know, we can see that that's your firm's process and the way and why it's taken you a year and a half to get here. These lightweight concrete panels, I guess, which you're going to kind of clad everything in, right? And the detailing of the planters, which are always the questions that our landscape board member has here, because how are you going to do it? These details, like, it's so incredibly clear, eloquent, thought out from the big global view to the very minute view. And that's why when we look at the renderings and we look at the project, and we probably don't even need to look at the model, we can tell the project is going to be amazing. Like, when we look in the renderings, it looks like it's been there the whole time, but then it hasn't, but like it has, but it hasn't, right? So I don't know, this is like a project, you're a great sister to, if not the bigger sister to, the parking garage across the street, which of course is probably the largest architectural acclaimed project we have in this city, but perhaps you're going to take over that one maybe.
Yeah, it's a big challenge to be in front of it.
Exactly,
So
you have a bit, you have
no, we know that's
high
what,
expectation.
that was our
So great,
thought as well.
really nice. It's always, it's a pleasure for the board to have projects like this come in front of it.
I agree. I think that this is lovely. I agree with everything said.
I just want to comment that I think this is a beautiful project. I do not have an architectural background. I like architecture, but that's not my background. But it is a beautiful project. It, I think, makes the area much better than it is today. And I thank you for respecting the height as compared to the other building immediately to the east. There was a comment about loading dock coming in from West Avenue, in and out through West Avenue,
I could respond.
or parking.
Oh, actually, you know what? That was actually going to be my part of my comment. I
Because,
know.
all I wanted to say is, you can't come in from 17th, you can't come in from Alton, especially after leaving that intersection, which is an F intersection with FDOT. So unfortunately, it leaves West Avenue as the point of ingress and egress. But you go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my only concern, and I mean, that corner where Trader Joe's is it's a mess just with Trader Joe's. I don't know, is the city doing anything? Because this is just gonna add to the chaos of that, and that's a very active bike path that this is gonna cross. I don't know if in previous discussions.
There was an email or something
Yeah, it was one of the first
concerning
people,
the West Avenue and the fact that it's blocked off if you want to go into Trader Joe's. So I think the city needs to look at that whole area there.
Yeah.
With this project
And I
in mind.
apologize, if I could answer this in like in
Okay.
a minute. We dealt with this in the planning board. This driveway is a pre-existing driveway. It is actually, this project will reduce the daily trips by 1,800 than what's permitted today in the commercial complex that's there, even though it's boarded up today. And we exceed all the sight lines by over 33%. We've actually added a condition that was it's in the planning board order, since they deal with the use side, where we're reconfiguring that driveway before permit. So it'll slow cars down. It'll actually, the site triangle that everyone sees on the plans, we exceeded by over 33%. So we have been working on that, and we actually addressed that before partially. We actually improved it in the last 2 weeks. And it is a condition of building permit already for our conditional use permit.
Is your parking public parking, or like will people shopping at Trader Joe's be able to share that or not?
It's office parking, and it'll be valet on one level, because we do have some mechanical lifts on the 3rd floor. But the concern was, as you're leaving on that strip, that it was a straightaway, and that's why one of our proposals we haven't shown to the city yet. We're working on that condition since the last 2 weeks to curve it, slow people down. There's speed bumps, several mechanisms to force people to stop before they get to the sidewalk. And we do have a sight line that exceeds the requirement by transportation and code by over 33%. It's like a 15-foot triangle. We're over 20 feet sight line. So we have been working on that. We continue to improve it.
That you're pointing to, sorry, this is
one?
a little further. No, that one. So it's, because in the rendering that we have, it just shows enough space for a car going in, but it's two-way. It's coming in and
It's
out.
always been two-way. It's currently
two-way
one-way
in-
today. And
Right.
it's a one-way, and then there's all self-parking along there. That's what's existing today since the days of Epicure. The problem is that when people in those last couple spaces backed out, they would have to back out into the sidewalk and into the street to get out of their parking space. Those conditions have been resolved. It's now two-way. And this is one rendition that are addressing the planning board conditions. So the planning board looked at it, and Matthew's comments were addressed, in my opinion, at the planning board with a condition that requires to see how we could improve that. And they acknowledged that we were already exceeding at that point the requirements of code. So, but we understand the importance of that intersection and everything else going on that block.
And then how, because I know that there's the public parking lots are gonna stay. And sorry, these are just qualified, because it was hard for me to mess all this in for. The public parking lots are gonna stay, the parking lot next to the post office, that stays. And then and you can still exit in that alleyway? To the south?
Some of the traffic will be able to go about 30%, 20% will be able to, once they leave and get their car, get into the alley, make a right, and go to 17.
Right, south.
And to go north. It's a one-way.
Oh, to go that way.
It's you go north to go to 17, and then you have to make a right on Alton and 17th. But you couldn't do
Oh, okay.
100%, because that would be chaotic for that intersection.
Right, okay.
So Alton Road, Alton Court is be one way, so
Okay.
you can do this, or you can go out from here.
I see. And then you're also gonna have the traffic for the people coming in for the parking, but it's all.
But they cannot come from this way. They can only turn right.
Right.
Yeah. So. Is right only entry? Yes.
The
everywhere.
right turn entry.
Yes.
Um,
So there's no crossing.
One more thing. I know that there's a new variance, because we started with the Muni code, and from our final submittal, we're now under the resiliency, and the ground floor clearance went from 12 to 14. And we're going to be asking a variance, staff is, I believe, is going to be supporting. That's going to be advertised for December. So that piece was going to be, we were going to ask to bifurcate that if the board was comfortable approving the project. We could bifurcate with that and then also bring more detail by then on the driveway, if that's unless there's a lot of other, I didn't hear any other issue other than the driveway. And that one variance that we have to advertise for December.
So you're asking for us to approve the design, but then exceed the variance in December, or does the variance go to another board? Because I see that on
No,
our.
it would
No,
come, it
so-
would come back to you. I'm sorry.
So what the applicant's asking for today is to approve the project at 78 feet. That's 75 feet with a 3-foot height variance for the upper part. Coming back, as Alfredo mentioned, when they submitted this application a year ago, the code required a ground floor clearance of 12 feet from the design flood elevation to the underside of the slab. So they designed the project with that in mind. They're compliant with that. But the resiliency code, which took effect this summer, now requires 14 feet. So in the end, the building will look exactly as it is showing here, just a matter of where we measure the starting point for height. So that's why he's asking to approve the project today, bifurcate the ground floor portion, so we can come back in December and we can advertise that variance for the board to review.
Got it. So we don't have the ability to approve that today?
No.
Michael, does it have to come back in December? If the board decides that it wants to approve the project today, with the caveat that if this.
Yeah, the board can approve the project today,
and-
but the new variance has to come back in December because we have to
And-
advertise it.
Okay, so it can't approve it, and also with the caveat that if this ordinance passes in December.
No, the ordinance.
Oh, no, no.
the ordinance is
It
in
already
effect.
passed?
Yeah, it's in effect.
Okay,
yes.
but you have to advertise the variance?
Correct.
Okay.
And the only thing, it doesn't change the massing at all. If the board ultimately, when they hear the variance request in December, it's really, we're talking about the clearance height within the ground floor. Right now, it's 21.9 inches, whether it would have to be another 2 feet. If the board didn't approve the variance, we would have to take away, which obviously we're trying not to, take more height from the office. That was the whole intent, trying to put Class A office.
So I think, though, that's for December, but at this point,
Yes.
it's going to be either approve the project or continue it. If the board's going to approve it, I want to add a condition regarding the full screening of the parking levels, as well as we do have a condition regarding the design of the north side of the building, to redesign that, because right now it's a blank wall, to redesign the north side of the building, because that's going to be visible above the existing building to the north. So if the board is comfortable with that direction, they could approve it or continue the application.
Can you
till
point on the
November.
model where the parking is that he would like to see screened?
Oh, we could show you and give me this.
And then when you say screening.
Just to show you, it's these two levels, and what Michael's talking about, you had seen something we had to take the landscaping out because of drainage. We would have resolved the drainage issue, put the landscaping back, and we agree with Michael's condition that we would, we don't want the same condition that you have at Trader Joe's where you could walk and see the sprinklers and the cars.
Right, so it's still going to be
and we have
naturally
solutions.
ventilated with a system of structure or louvers, whatever, so that you don't have the direct visibility into the
Right.
garage.
And we have that, and we're
And the
happy to.
screening is secondary, so it won't break the rhythm and the expression of the facade.
It looks similar.
It's on the-
It's on the renderings. We just want to
Yes.
make sure that
Here, that one
We
shows
support
it
it.
better.
Well,
Oh, those were it. Oh, okay.
There.
We already studied a way to actually resolve it.
they're going to get a condition. We'll deal with that.
Wait, so what was that they needed to add more?
No, just
or-
to make sure that they're showing us, because the revised renderings that they provided appear to indicate more openings between those vertical louvers that they were providing. So we want to make sure that as a condition of any approval, that we look at the final design and make sure that they're fully screening out, especially because there's mechanical parking here too.
Yes.
Can we also say that, like, I'd like to make this motion when we get it all together, but when we're reviewing those things that we're requiring, there's like one PDF that has everything that we can look at, or I don't know, file size, it may have to be broken in a couple, but that way we're
Mhm.
comprehensively.
Yeah, to minimize the PDFs, yes.
I would,
We will.
Well,
yes,
yeah,
we
so
will.
coming back, they can actually show the final design or more detail of that element.
With the
And we'll work
variant.
on having some, separate duplicate file that's not signed and sealed, that has less memory, so you could all have it in less parts.
But the north, sorry, one more thing, you mentioned the north facade.
north side of
But
the
isn't that
model.
what's facing us right now?
Yes,
Where's that?
Point.
that's north.
that,
Oh, okay, okay.
And there's a small 20 by 20 corner that I know Michael, it could be seen from the street. We're working on improving that, so we're happy to work with staff as a condition, so.
Will you
need a
bring a model
motion?
back next time, too? Does
I think
that
it's
stay
staying here. It's not
Okay.
flying back to London, so we can make
Because
arrangements.
we want to appreciate it, you know, we don't have time today, but it'd be nice to give you a little bit more time when you come back in a couple months.
So,
Is there a motion for approval?
It's a motion to approval.
Second.
Second.
Second by, motion made by Mr. Comas, second by Mr. Sheldon. This is going to be for the design. We'll do a second motion for the variance. All in favor of the design?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7-0.
And Michael, do they have to apply again for the variance?
No, so we're going to
in
get to that in a
December?
second.
Okay.
So the second motion is a motion on the variance for the 3-foot height that was advertised as part of this application.
Oh,
Not the
I'm-
understory, the upper portion.
I misunderstood your comments that I thought that was being deferred till
There's
December.
No, that's
there's
another
two-
variance.
there's
Oh,
another
got
variance,
it. Okay, so I just want to very quickly speak to the variance. You know, I think 3 feet is relatively nominal, and, you know, it allows additional parking, you know, specifically these parking lifts. And so, you know, I concur with staff's analysis that this motion should be granted. And so I move to approve the requested variance.
Second.
Second by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And then if I can get a third motion to continue the ground portion of the application to the December meeting, so then they could file it under the same file number.
I move it.
Okay, motion made by
Second.
Mr. Comas, second by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes, so that will be heard back in December 11th.
And I move to adjourn this meeting.
thank you very much, everyone, and have a great afternoon.
Bye.
That's pretty good for a project that wasn't going to be heard today.
Thank you. I really appreciate
Turn,